Chapter 21. I stand with my back to the door and survey the room. Clouds of white gas reach waist level, and I can no longer see the beds or trunks. Wheezing breaths force their way in and out of my lungs that tighten with every passing second. Berta slams the bathroom door shut, but that does nothing to stop the clouds from rising. Gemini stands on her bed with both hands over her eyes. My heart pounds at double speed, and my adrenaline spikes. It's too late to plug up the ventilation holes. They are close to the floor, and I can't dive into the gas to find them. If this is a practical joke, I'm not laughing. I rush to the window and twist the lever, but it won't budge. The stinging of my eyes feels like I've cut 100 onions. A prickling sensation attacks my corneas, and my eyelids swell. "Don't be stupid," Berta snaps from the door. She pulls on the handle but can't get it open. "We need to evacuate this room now." "Kick the door down then," I shout at her. "It's stuck, and so is the window." "Damn it!" Berta is a blur of white against black amid the white clouds. She backs away from the door and rushes at it with a bang. A moment later, she doubles over and coughs. A dull thud indicates that Gemini has lost consciousness. Clutching at my throat, I rush toward her bed. My mind flashes to the night before, when Rafaela's body landed on Prince Kevon's bumper, and a shard of terror pierces my heart. I hold my breath, dive into the clouds, grab Gemini's arms, and yank her to her feet. Until now, I never understood the term dead weight, but her unmoving, uncooperative limbs make her heavy for her thin frame. When we resurface, the gas reaches my shoulder, and I inhale tainted air. "Stay awake." I give Gemini a hard shake. The smaller girl steadies herself. "Zia." Berta rushes past, knocking me aside. My vision is too blurred to see what she's doing, but something hard bounces on the window. "Plastiglass," she snarls. "We're trapped." The door slams open. Fresh air and light from the hallway flood the room, along with dark figures who rush inside with a clomp of boots on wood. I release Gemini, widen my stance, and clench my fists, but the intruders stay low and use the gas as cover. White fills my vision, and the footsteps still. Their rasping breaths fill my ears and make the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Pivoting from left to right, I wait for someone to strike. Berta yells at the intruders to identify themselves and hurls something across the room which smashes against the wall. Rough hands grab at my arms and separate me from Gemini. "Found her," says a female voice. "Everybody stand back." Hands tighten around my arms, but the grip isn't strong. I swing at my captor's face, but my fist meets a rubber mask. The woman grunts and knees me in the side, but the adrenaline rushing through my veins and fueling my mounting rage cushions the blow. With a sharp elbow to the woman's chest, she doubles over and loosens her grip. I should run, but her companions block the doorway. Instead, I knee her in the gut once, twice, slip my fingers beneath the seam of her gas mask and rip it off her face. A shriek rings in my ear. She coughs and slaps at my arms. "Let go of me, you imbecile!" The gas mask rolls across the floor, but it doesn't matter. Her reaction tells me everything. She's not Lady Cersei, or any of the Armstradi girls. My attacker hasn't had much combat training, and is probably one of the other contestants. She twists away to hide her face, but my eyes are too blurred to see her features. I grab the girl by the hair and yank her into the thinning cloud. "Who are you?" "Stop!" she rasps between hacking coughs. I slam my elbow into her back. "Tell me your name." "What's happening?" shouts another female voice from the door. "Calico." The girl coughs and tries to pull out from my grip. "She pulled off my mask." "Turn off the gas and step aside, or I'll choke your friend," I shout. The girl I'm fighting rears up and slams her head into my belly, knocking me back a few steps. As I struggle to keep her under the gas, more footsteps rush into the room, followed by the sound of fists meeting flesh. Pained grunts and gasps and panting breaths punctuate Berta's snarls. It sounds like Berta is taking on at least 4 girls, and winning. "Stay out of this, Ridgeback," says a pained voice. "We have no argument with you or Pixel." "Then why gas us all?" Berta barks. The other girl doesn't answer, and Berta charges through the thinning gas at the door. I throw the coughing girl aside and rush after Berta. As I pause to tell Gemini to escape, someone grabs my hair, loops a rope over my neck, and pulls, cutting off my air. Before I can react, girls in black surround us. They slap at my arms and pull at my clothes. If it wasn't for the noose around my neck, I would call their attacks pathetic. I kick out at my assailants, who jump out of range, but the girl holding the noose leans back with all her weight. "Berta!" I wheeze, but there isn't enough air to make a sound. My mind flashes to a youth cell meeting where Rice taught us how to break free of a guard's stranglehold. It's too late to twist and attack the strangler with a palm strike. There's no slack. My attacker knees me in the back and pulls the rope taut. I grab at the rope and struggle for air, thrashing from left to right. My eyes bulge, and my head feels like it will pop. Whoever is strangling me knows what she's doing, and is probably the same person who murdered Rafaela. With a massive heave, I throw my weight backward. The girl with the noose staggers, loosening her chokehold. I twist and slam my fist into her face. Her head snaps back, and I attack with a hard punch. Bone crunches beneath my knuckles. She screams and releases the noose to clutch at her face. Air rushes through my aching throat into my lungs, bringing with it a mix of satisfaction and nausea. I've never hurt anyone outside a practice drill, but that girl wouldn't have stopped. Her companions rush at me. Some grab at my arms, others rain punches down on my bent body. "Get out of my room!" Berta returns and fills my ears with the sound of her pounding fists. The girls release me, and I stagger out of our room to find a small blonde figure in the hallway. Her white clothes blend with the wall. "Are you all right?" Gemini asks in a small voice. Clutching my aching throat, I wheeze frantic breaths. My eyes feel like they've been doused in onion juice and won't stop streaming, and the pounding of my head muffles the sound of the scuffling in our room. "Not really." "You've got to hide," she whispers. "One of the girls rushed down the stairs. What if she's calling for reinforcements?" I glance over my shoulder into the misty room. "But Berta!" "She can take care of herself. It's you they want." Gemini gives my arm a hard shake. "Go!" With a nod, I turn toward the stairwell. Gemini places a hand on my arm. "That's where she went. Take the other exit." I rush in the opposite direction and bound down the stairs with both hands on the rail for balance. My ears fill with the echo of my footsteps and blood roaring through my veins. That was a coordinated attack of at least 2 echelons working together. My thoughts jumped to Ingrid Straub, who the Council of Ministers favored for the next queen, but I'm not sure that she would have been able to get so many girls on her side. At the bottom of the stairs, I grope around for a door, hoping that I have enough security clearance to leave the building after dark. My wristband brushes against a panel on the wall, and with a beep, the door clicks open. Clean, fresh air fills my lungs, and the breeze dries my wet face. It's dark outside, with lamps illuminating the gardens, but in my blurred vision, they're just a haze of light. I stumble, blindly, with my arms outstretched, and hurry toward the hedge, not stopping until my fingertips meet the wall of leaves. Prince Kevon and I walked this way to reach the guest house. I hurry through the haze with one hand on the hedge for guidance, with my ears on alert for following footsteps. The hedge ends at a sharp corner, but I continue straight ahead over a stone path and feel out for the conical trees. "See ya," a voice whispers on the edge of my consciousness. A jolt of alarm shoots through my heart, and I spin around. This part of the gardens aren't illuminated, and I only see dark shapes. "Who's there?" I snarl. "Psst." Leaves rustle overhead, the sound causing my skin to tighten. I swing my fists through the air, but hit nothing. My chest constricts, negating any improvements the fresh air made to my lungs. I breathe hard, trying to slow my heart. The watch in my boot buzzes, but self-preservation keeps my feet moving. I can't stop, in case they're following. The whisper could have been the wind, but if I stand exposed, they'll definitely find me. Groping my way through the dark, I reach the wall of densely packed trees and stumble in the direction of Garrett's guest house. After several steps, an archway forms, and the scent of flowers on my oversensitized nostrils makes me choke. I hurry through to the metal door, which is closed. "Please," I say to whoever's on the other side of the camera. "I'm here to see my friend. She's a guest of Garrett." There's no response. My heart sinks. If I had stayed in my hallway with Berta and Gemini, it would be 3 against the group of attacking girls. Now I'm alone, and in this covered walkway where anyone is free to murder me in private. And if my attacker is someone with access to the security system, they might look up the location of my bracelet and find me. My swollen throat convulses, and I hold on to the plant-covered wall for balance. Maybe I shouldn't have run. Eventually, the door clicks open. I slip through the narrow gap and slam it shut. Now, I've got to reach the guest house without drowning. Pharrell is home, and she guides me to a sink and rinses the gas out of my eyes. The cool water is softer than anything we get in Ragosa, and it feels better than the first droplets in the rainy season. My eyes no longer feel gouged by needles, but my vision is still a blur. Next, she guides me through the house into a humid room and helps me out of my clothes. I step into a chamber with a rough stone floor, and jets of water stream out at me from both sides and straight above. Water slides off the sticky residue on my skin, and I feel around for soap. My fingers find a metal dispenser, and cool, chamomile-scented liquid fills my palms. As I work the soap into my hair and skin, my pulse calms, and the tightness around my lungs loosens. Who on earth stormed my room tonight? The guardians and nobles might have access to poisonous gases, but would they go so far? I shake off the question and let lather slide onto my face. Anyone willing to throw a girl to her death is capable of anything. Tomorrow, when I return to the trials, I will find the girl with the swollen nose and inform Lady Cersei that I've discovered Rafaela's murderer. Water pummels my tense muscles from all directions, and I sigh. If Berta hadn't been in the room with me, I would surely have died tonight. A knock on the door jolts me out of my thoughts. "Zia," says Pharrell, "the hot chocolate is ready. Come out whenever you want." "Thanks." The warm water has cleared my vision, and I glance around to find myself in the shower cubicle of a bathroom larger than the kitchen at home. At one end of the room is a glass wall, where a large tub overlooks a garden of palm trees illuminated by floor lights. I step out into a slate floor and reach for one of the fluffy dressing gowns hanging on the wall. There's a huge mirror and a double sink unit opposite, and I peer at my reflection. My dark, wet hair clings to my face, and my complexion is drawn. Livid blood vessels mar the whites of my eyes, which are barely visible through all the swelling. I swallow hard. Whoever created that disgusting naked video made everyone think I had tried to entrap Prince Kevon. The downstairs of the guest house consists of shades of white, illuminated by an array of floor and table lamps. Pharrell sits on a soft ivory sofa, dressed in a deep green one-piece that accentuates her curves. On the low table in front of her are a pair of grilled cheese sandwiches and 2 cups of dark hot chocolate tipped with swirls of cream. She raises her head and smiles. "Feeling better?" "Much," I rasp. I sink into the armchair next to hers and she offers me a cup. The hot chocolate is warm and sweet, with a tinge of bitterness that Pharrell explains comes from the drink's high concentration of cacao. I savor my drink, enjoying how the creamy liquid soothes my throat, and recount the events of the night. At the end of my story, Pharrell says, "I'm sorry. Why? If it wasn't for me tripping over you in the square, Garrett would never have noticed you. I frown. What are you talking about? He thought you would be perfect for Prince Kevon. Garrett didn't need to tell me you've been spending time with the prince. It's all over the Lifestyle Channel. Pharrell has watched the princess trials at every spare moment. While the cameras focus on my conflicts with Prunella Broadleaf and the other girls, it's only been Ingrid, Rafaela, and me who have had a chance to spend time with Prince Kevon. No matter how they make you look on screen, anyone can see you're one of his favorites. I shake my head. It's too late to confide in my friend about my involvement with the Red Runners. Whatever security is protecting this guest house is probably listening to our every word. I only hope Rice doesn't think I'm falling for the prince. She scoots forward and grabs my arm. You and Rafaela have the best chance. She's dead. Pharrell gasps. No! Didn't you know? I ask. She shakes her head. There was footage of her at the dinner table last night. I didn't notice her in any of the activities today. Is that why Garrett left early this morning? Probably. I bite my lip, wondering why they would keep Rafaela's death quiet, and if Prunella would release the footage of her accusing me of the girl's murder. Can I sleep on your sofa tonight? You should report the attack, and not leave this place until the ball. But the vote? Prince Kevon really wants you, and he won't let a stupid public vote get in the way of his happiness. My brows draw together. I might be a spy, but I don't want Prince Kevon to think we have a future. It's going to be hard enough when the revolution comes. Prince Kevon will lose his throne and have to live like everybody else. Even if the Red Runners want to throw him in jail, I will explain that the prince deserves mercy for being willing to help Gemini. Pharrell fixes me with an excited stare. She probably expects me to get excited or pepper her with questions. What did Prince Kevon say about me? I ask. He told Garrett you were the most promising of the girls. I shake my head. He doesn't even know me. Prince Kevon got to travel down with each coach of girls, except for the nobles who he already knows. He was watching us all this time. My throat tightens, and I burst into a fit of coughs. Pharrell rushes to her feet to a metal panel on the wall and pushes something on the display. A glass of water drops down from an opening, and she hurries back and presses it into my hands. I gulp down the liquid, but it does nothing to ease my tension. Until last night, I thought nobles and royals were unfeeling brutes who only cared about themselves. Prince Kevon is different, and I don't want to add to his troubles by breaking his heart. She leans across the sofa and grabs my hand. Won't that be wonderful? We'll be related, and we'll get to move our families to the Oasis. Has Garrett discussed a future with you? I ask, to change the subject. Pharrell's cheeks turn pink. If Prince Kevon can sift through 30 girls to find a suitable wife, it should be easy for us to decide if this is really what we want. That wasn't an answer. I stare down into my lap, hoping Pharrell knows what she's doing. My conscience itches to tell her that this lavish lifestyle won't be available to her after the revolution, but doing so might jeopardize our plans before they even have a chance to get started. I shake off these thoughts. If I don't find a way to participate in the princess trials without getting myself killed, Pharrell's broken heart will be the least of my worries. Chapter 22. Pharrell's words ring in my ears as she leads me upstairs to a room with a bed whose white headboard stretches up the wall, across the ceiling, and down to where the wall meets the window. The view outside is of a lawn lit by floodlights bright enough to make me wince. She picks up a remote, and a white screen drops down to the floor. Did you know you can see and smell any kind of atmosphere in these vision rooms? I think about the room I share with Berta and Gemini in the barracks, and shake my head. How did you learn so much about Oasis technology when you've only been here a few days? Practice. Pharrell clicks the remote, and images of a rainforest appear on every wall. Prince Kevon stayed here on my first night. This is his favorite scene. I spin around to find that the headboard is also a screen, projecting tall trees that stretch up to a starlit sky. The scent of leaves fills my nostrils, and my skin prickles with the beginnings of humidity. Does it change the climate, too? It's not as powerful as the botanical gardens. Pharrell clicks a button and the screen switches to a vista of a snow-covered forest. The temperature drops, and a sharp scent of pine and ozone fills the air. My shoulders droop, and every blow from tonight's attack weighs on my muscles. As much as I want to skip through the different atmospheres, I need to sleep. Is Rugosa one of the options? Her mouth drops open, and she stares at me as though I've just told her that I prefer the drudgery of home to the luxury of the oasis. I exhale a weary breath and rub the back of my neck. It's hard to explain, but at home, I was an anonymous harvester girl who didn't stand out from the others. Not even Rice, the person I want most in this world, acknowledged me. Until now, I had no idea that being unremarkable could be such a comfort. Mom and Dad were on Netface today, I say. If you can show me Rugosa, I might miss them less. Her eyes soften and she clicks some buttons on her remote. Sure. In the blink of an eye, a cornfield fills the screens, and elation fills my heart. The temperature warms, and I smell the familiar scent of ripened corn and sun-warmed earth. I turn in a circle and stop at the headboard. The old baobab that got struck by lightning stands behind the bed. It's the same old baobab that marks the entrance to the underground headquarters of the Red Runners. My throat convulses, and I snatch my gaze away. Do you want to see the tomato fields instead? Pharrell asks. No, I say with a trembling laugh. This will be fine. As soon as she leaves, I take the watch out of my boot and skim the messages. They're all along the same vein. What's happening? Did I reach the palace? Did I find the secret entrances? Anxiety tightens my chest until my lungs feel about the size of my fists. A final message pops up on the screen. Why did you run from me? All the soothing effects of the hot chocolate vanish, leaving me with an ache that seizes my throat. That whisper in the wind had been Rice. I'm not sure how long he's been in the oasis, but if he saw that naked footage and wanted to check up on me, my actions tonight might make him think I've changed my mind about the revolution. A tight knot forms in my stomach, and I press a command to reply, to call back, but the communication only seems to be one way. That, or Rice has given up on me already. You must complete this mission. I'm trying, I murmur, but my efforts are not enough. I thought I could enter the princess trials and stay out of sight while the camera's focused on the girls who actually want Prince Kevon. I thought I'd be in the palace by now, enjoying sumptuous meals during the day and sneaking through the hallways at night to perform my mission. Even though Rice and Carolina know about the interim round, and they know I haven't yet progressed to the palace round, they still expect results. Tears trickle down my cheeks, and I wipe them away with the back of my hand. Nobody said the revolution would ever be easy, and I won't succumb to self-pity. I stare at the watch, waiting for the next message, but it remains silent. With a sigh, I ease myself into bed and close my eyes. In the morning, a delivery person in Burgundy brings a covered tray, and we eat scrambled eggs with smoked salmon and avocado toast in the shaded area outside the pool's thatched hut. Leaves overhead rustle in the mint-scented breeze, and the morning sun shines down on a pair of black swans swimming circles in the wild pool. Our table and chairs are wooden, but Pharrell presses a button on the table and one of the slats tilts on its side and lengthens into a vision screen. Pharrell sets it to the lifestyle channel, where Montana addresses the camera in a black one-piece suit and stands next to Prunella Broadleaf, whose floor-length gown is also black. What terrible news, he says. When we envisaged a pageant where young ladies compete for the attention of the prince, we didn't take into account the pressures it would put on those in our society who are more mentally delicate. I take a forkful of toast, barely tasting the avocado and chopped tomatoes, and hope he's not implying that I'm mentally deficient for escaping an attempted murder. Prunella nods. Rafaela von Eyck was a beautiful soul, and the stress of sharing Prince Kevon with all those girls broke her spirit. Montana shakes his head. It's always a terrible tragedy when a young lady takes her own life. What? I clench my knife and fork like clubs. Why did I ever think that speaking out yesterday against Prunella would make a difference? But you told me it was murder. Pharrell turns to me, her green eyes wide. This is a cover-up, I snarl. The pair talk about Rafaela's acting career, and clips of her in different roles play on a screen behind them. She is even more breathtaking in her movies than in real life, and an ache spreads through my heart at the memories of her last moments. As the subject turns to her associations with various actors, images of her with an array of handsome young men appear on screen. I shake my head. They're trying to portray her as having lots of men. She got through to the audition stage and wasn't even like that. Pharrell's brows draw together in an expression of skepticism. What she doesn't understand is that clips can be sliced and rearranged out of order to depict any kind of story, whether true or false. If I had told her about the naked clip that had led to the girls attacking me en masse, her head would probably explode. Prunella dabs a fake tear with a lace handkerchief. With one girl taking her life due to the pressures of the princess trials, and another absconded and forfeiting her place, we've decided to bring forward the ball to tonight. What? I roar at the screen. Pharrell's eyes bulge. What's absconded? I explain that the word means that I ran away, but that it has negative connotations. One of the benefits of having a parent who was born in the barrens is the stringent standards the nobles set for foundlings and their offspring. To join Fangloria echelons, they not only have to demonstrate genetic perfection, but pass a dizzying amount of aptitude tests that most harvesters would fail. Mom taught me to read before school and supplemented my basic education with lessons on history and literature. With her intelligence and knowledge, she's wasted as a harvester and should be a teacher, but those jobs are reserved for the guardian echelon. She's well-read, articulate, and quick-witted, but she's never known anything else but the barrens, and feels that her life as a harvester is the equivalent of living like royalty. I turn to Pharrell. Is there any way I can find out what they said about me earlier? Sure. She points a remote at the screen and switches to another channel with images from the princess trials. When I turn to her for an explanation, she says, There's a live channel, and another one where you can skip to camera feeds of your favorite candidates. Oh, I say, not completely understanding how it works. Can I see anything related to me? Pharrell clicks several buttons, and a matrix flashes on the screen with all 30 girls' pictures. If you only want to view the highlights of one echelon, that's possible, and you can see footage on each candidate. It's very precise, I say with a frown. Maybe that's why there are so many camera women following us everywhere. She selects my photo and a timer, which brings up footage of me running down the stairs. Wait, I say. Go back an hour. With a few clicks of a button, I'm at the gymnasium, lying on one of the tables. The camera shows me exercising next to Berta, and then we change machines. There's a close-up of me struggling with one of the controls, and then the camera cuts to me storming out in a fury and running down the hallway and into a stairwell. That's not what happened. I tell her about the fake footage Prunella showed the girls. She leans forward and selects another button. Let's see what they showed last night, then. It's footage of me sitting on Gemini's bed, with my arms wrapped around the smaller girl. Then Berta enters and announces that there's no dinner. The camera cuts again to me, running through the hallway and down the stairs. I sputter at the screen. They're making me look like an entitled brat. Who on earth drops out from a pageant because they didn't get an evening meal? Why would they go so far? Pharrell puts down her fork and leans forward, watching me stumble through the night with my arms splayed out. They've already decided who will win the trials. This show probably makes all the echelons feel like they have a chance that one of their own might become the queen. Pharrell picks up the remote and switches to another channel. Prince Kevon wears black and holds the hand of an older woman who has the same delicate features as Rafaela. Beside him stands a black-haired man with Rafaela's eyes. Garrett stands at the prince's other side, looking grim. The camera pans out to show that they're in a room with an entire stained glass wall dedicated to Gaia. The goddess takes the form of a tree, with her leafy hair laden with flowers and fruit. Her serene brown face smiles down at the mourners, and she holds the world in her outstretched hands. Next on screen is a close-up of Rafaela, who lies on a marble slab, wearing a gown that glitters in the light. Her hair frames her beautiful features, and the natural makeup makes her look like she would awaken with a kiss. My throat thickens. I thought the hazardous waste people destroyed her. Pharrell shakes her head. This is so different from how harvesters mourn the dead. I nod. It isn't even Sunday. Harvesters don't have old-style funerals. Undertakers from the Guardian echelon send the body away for cremation and bring back the ashes and a framed print from their identification records. We have these photos taken every few years, but we never get copies. There's a function room in the Ragosa Dome where you can book a memorial service for Sundays, and the nobles even provide refreshments. Funerals are usually well attended. Montana's voice commentates on the event, and he laments the dangers of noble girls following artisan careers. I clench my teeth and say, "It's disgusting how they feed false information to the public to shape their opinions." Did you know Garrett was shocked to discover we lived on rations? Pharrell takes a forkful of scrambled eggs. He thought we got to keep a percentage of everything we grew. I take a long sip of orange-flavored water and grunt. They probably show images of our breaks or something similar to make us look incompetent and lazy. Pharrell nods. I wish they would just tell the truth. I press my lips together to stop myself from blurting my plans. When the revolution comes, we'll only report the truth, and no stupid shows like the princess trials. And if most nobles are being fed lies by the select few from the Council of Ministers, they'll need to learn that their comfortable lives have been built on falsehoods. The sound of a door opening makes us both lean forward to see who's coming out from the guest house. Garrett and Prince Kevon step out into the patio. Prince Kevon pauses, presses his hand to his middle, and blows out a long breath. Pharrell and I exchange confused looks, but it's her who speaks first. Montana said he was broadcasting live from the funeral. Garrett shakes his head and nudges Prince Kevon. That was last night. We came as soon as we heard a report that Zia left the princess trials. I purse my lips as they walk down the side of the pool and toward the shade. Prunella never wanted me in the trials. She and Lady Cersei were against me from the start. And if I don't convince Prince Kevon that the reports were a vicious fabrication, I'll have failed my mission. Have you changed your mind about participating? Asks Prince Kevon. As Garrett sneaks behind us and wraps his arms around Pharrell's shoulders, I stand. A group of girls gassed our room, and one of them tied a noose around my neck. I left because they were trying to kill me, just as they killed Rafaela. His gaze drops to my neck, and his features slacken. You're bruised. Those girls wouldn't have stopped if we hadn't fought back. He frowns. How could Montana say? The guy who also said Rafaela committed suicide? I wave my arms up and down for emphasis. Did Rafaela seem the type to kill herself? Can you see her sabotaging her Armstrong monitor to perform a fatal electrocution if jumping out of a window failed? Of course not, replies the prince. What are you doing about it? I don't mean for my voice to be sharp, but if I had the power, I wouldn't let murders go unpunished. Prince Kevon's posture stiffens. Lady Cersei has ordered a team of investigators to identify what happened. Pressure builds up, like a rusting tea kettle about to release an ear-piercing whistle. If I stay quiet about my suspicions for the sake of the revolution, that will make me as corrupt as the nobles. This goes against the Red Runner philosophy. We stand for the truth and justice and equality. My insides twist into painful knots, but I force out the words. What if someone in Lady Cersei's team is responsible for Rafaela's death? His face drops, and he jerks his head away. Don't you think I've considered that? My parents never approved of Rafaela, not even as a friend. I can't just accuse my mother's lady-at-arms of being a murderer. It's the same as accusing the Queen. All the tension escapes me in an outward breath. I always thought Prince Kevon was too naive to work it out. What will you do? He walks around the table, takes a seat, and casts the lifestyle channel a dismissive glance. When I become the king, everyone involved in the murder of Rafaela will be punished, regardless of rank. My hands curl into fists, which I place on my hips. That could be in half a century. I'm about to protest when Prince Kevon raises a finger. Do not ask, he says. But circumstances have changed, and I might take the throne earlier than planned. I'm going to need a strong queen at my side with an outlook that encompasses the whole of Fangloria, not just the Oasis. Determination crosses his features. Will you rejoin the princess trials? Yes, I whisper. My mind races through different scenarios. Was there an accident at sea? I never asked for updates about the tsunami, but with sea levels so high, and taking up what used to be the east coast of America, anything is possible. Prince Kevon gives me an approving nod. I will arrange a couturier to fit you for a gown. Garrett will escort you to tonight's ball as I'm escorting the Queen. I glance at Pharrell, who is feeding Garrett a forkful of avocado toast. She turns to me and nods. But I can't waltz. I slump into my seat. Garrett raises his arms in an exaggerated ballroom hold. I'll teach you the basic steps. Prince Kevon offers me his hand. I need to attend urgent business. Please stay in the safety of this guest house until it's time to leave. I place my hand on his, and for the first time, I don't feel so irritated at his touch. Thank you. He presses his lips on my knuckles, and I really don't mind. When he says goodbye to the three of us and leaves, I stare at his broad back and wonder if Prince Kevon might become the king that will liberate the harvesters. After breakfast, we return to the guest house, where Garrett pushes the sofas to the edges of the room to create a dance floor. On the wall screen plays an old movie of actors and actresses dressed in tuxedos and gowns, dancing in a grand ballroom with oversized chandeliers. He takes turns teaching Pharrell and me how to waltz. Pharrell, being more graceful, picks up the steps with ease. I sit back and watch them dance in step to the orchestra music. They look good together, and stare into each other's eyes like they're the only people in the world. My chest tightens as I think of Rice. The day I knocked out the guard, admiration shone in his eyes. But now that I see how Garrett looks at Pharrell, I understand that it was more like the expression a superior officer gives a subordinate for a job well done. I dip my head and stare out into the backyard, where even more swans frolic in the pool. Garrett's personality is the opposite of Rice's. Rice's happiness is forever tainted by the lack of justice for the brutal murder of his father. A guy driven by revolution and the need to avenge his father's death won't stare at girls with melting eyes. I turn back to the dancing pair and study their steps. When my mission is complete, would I be the girl who melts the heart of Rice Wintergreen? The music fades, and an image of a white-haired man fills the screen wall. His mustache curves like buffalo horns. The front of his hair is longer than the sides and styled up and back from the forehead. He wears 2 cuffs on his ears that look like Armstrong health monitors, but without the blinking lights. Despite his colorless appearance, he's the most interesting person I've seen so far in the Oasis. A pair of identical young women stand at his sides, each with the same powdered faces and asymmetric bobs, but one has silver gray hair and the other's is platinum blonde. Garrett finishes turning Pharrell like an old-fashioned ballerina and then claps his hands together. "Master Thymel has arrived for your fitting." "Already?" I blurt. He presses a gentle kiss on Pharrell's cheek. "I'll leave you girls to decide on the perfect outfit. Make sure you choose something for yourself, Rel." "Rel?" I mouth. Bouncing on her feet, she claps her hands and beams. Moments later, Master Thymel steps into the living room with the twins. Each wears white clothing, indicating that they are artisans. The man looks about 30, but without that strange, ageless look of nobles like Montana. Behind them trails a motorized trunk the size of a closet. The man spreads his arms wide and tilts his head to the side with an amused smirk. "Zia Mays Calico. I am Toussaint Thymel, and these are my sisters, Chiffon and Charmeuse." The twins place their fingers over their mouths and giggle. My shoulders stiffen, and my face morphs into a scowl. What on earth is so funny? I'm in no mood to explain to a bunch of strangers how the nobles in charge of their media network have cut camera footage to make me look like an idiot. Master Thymel beams. "Forgive me, my dear, but we watch the princess trials every day. You and Prunella Broadleaf together are a riot. She really hates you." The platinum-haired twin unclips the metal fastenings on the front of the huge trunk. "She hates anyone who points out her lack of intelligence," says the silver-haired twin. "Everyone else smirks about Prunella behind her back and enjoys her ignorance. The woman's a national joke." "Huh!" The platinum twin opens one side of the trunk, revealing a large screen perched on drawers with flashing displays. "She's been floundering since Jimeno Montana cast her out." My mouth drops open. Prunella Broadleaf and Montana were married? "Didn't you know?" Master Thymel pushes my hair off my face. He steps back and tilts his head to the side. "It was a huge scandal. She's from our echelon, but thought that marrying a noble would erase her humble beginnings." The silver-haired twin snickers and opens the trunk's second door, but a black cloth conceals its contents. "Jimeno grew bored of her after a year and moved her into the smallest guest house on the Montana estate. Now everyone watches the Lifestyle Channel to see her crumble." Master Thymel claps his hands. "Her heartbreak is a work of art." I glance at Pharrell, who sits on a far sofa with her arms wrapped around her middle. If the Thymel siblings were talking about anyone else, I would probably dislike them for reveling in another person's misery. But heartbroken or not, Prunella Broadleaf is a corn snake and my biggest source of strife in the princess trials. My eyes still itch and my throat still hurts because of the disgusting fake footage she showed and her announcement to the other girls to come after me. With a huge smile, I turn to the designers. "Let's get started." The black fabric comes off the huge trunk, revealing dozens of gowns, each wrapped in a plastic covering that they explain is vacuum sealing. The process lets them transport a larger quantity of voluminous outfits. The girls usher me behind a privacy screen created by one of the trunk's open doors and fit me with a flesh-colored body stocking with fingers and toes. When I emerge, Pharrell gapes and then frowns. Before I can explain that I'm not nude, Master Thymel wraps his arms around my waist and lifts me onto a platform. The body stocking inflates and squeezes my limbs, and I jump down to the floor. What's happening? "Our measuring suit takes an electronic mold of your body." Master Thymel wags his finger and lifts me back into place. "It's the latest in fashion for the busy madam. We take your measurements and fit the garment to a customized mold, so there's no waiting around or being poked with pins." Pharrell laughs. "This is so much better than the harvester way." I smile as she hurries behind the screen to get a bodysuit. Our uniforms come in 8 sizes, ranging from infant to matron. Children get new clothing every 18 months to accommodate new growth, but the replacements slow to 1 every 5 years for adults, with a new matron outfit each time a harvester records a pregnancy. The uniforms are always slightly too big and need adjusting, but we're free to alter them however we wish. I always sew deep pockets into my skirts from scraps of fabric to fit a blowgun and quiver. The body stocking deflates, and Pharrell emerges to take my place on the podium. Master Thymel places a hand on my back and guides me to his trunk, where plastic-wrapped and vacuum-sealed gowns of every color hang from the rails. His gaze sweeps over my body, and he drums his fingers on his chin. You have such versatile coloring, pale skin, mahogany hair, and rich aquamarine eyes. How do you feel about a deep plum? Nobody in Ragosa ever has the opportunity to ponder on the color of their clothes. I shrug. It's better than Harvester Brown. Master Thymel throws his head back and laughs, as though I've just told the biggest joke. It's a hooting sound that's half bird, half monkey, and I can't help but smile. Very well. We'll try every color and see what you think. Chapter 23. The Thymel siblings wheel their trunk out of the guest house and complete the adjustments in their vehicle, leaving us alone in the vast living room. Pharrell finds a recorded lesson on ballroom dancing, and we spend the rest of the morning practicing the waltz. I'm not terrible, but I hope the voluminous skirt of the dress they chose will hide any awkward steps. Pharrell shows me how to order lunch with NetFace, which is more than a mode of face-to-face communication. It starts with a black screen that asks if you want to shop or chat, and then there is a dizzying amount of options for things people can buy. One of them includes home visits, but we skip over that part and select food. Everyone in Ragosa gets an allowance of cornmeal, a box of fresh vegetables, and a quantity of soy protein. We're allowed to barter anything we grow in our homes or collect from the wild. Even with Dad's micro-gardens providing us with enough herbs to exchange for meat and fish, there's no way we could begin to mimic any of the items on the menu. You have to try the Melting King. It's the most delicious thing I've eaten. Pharrell taps the screen and brings up a picture of an old-fashioned burger with 2 patties, strips of bacon, and melted cheese. It comes with a milkshake and fries. My brows draw together. There's enough meat in that burger to create a stew that will feed Mom, Dad, the twins, and me for at least 2 days. Is that for one person? We can share, she says. In less than 10 minutes, a man in burgundy arrives with a tray containing the items we ordered, plus a salad of pickled raw cabbage shredded into delicate wisps, a dish of potato salad, and hot rings of onion fried in batter. There are bowls of condiments, a tomato sauce, a mustard sauce, mayonnaise, and thick sauces containing chopped pickled vegetables, which Pharrell tells me is called relish. It's more food than we can eat, and even more delicious than the steak sandwiches I ate at the botanical gardens. After lunch, a man from the Royal Hospital drops by with a case that contains lightweight machines that check the quality of my vision and the health of my eyes. I'm not surprised when he tells me that my wrist monitor was disconnected after I left the hospital. My situation mirrors that of Rafaela von Eyck, except she wasn't sharing a room with a girl as strong as Berta. Pharrell takes me to the bathroom for a long soak in the tub. The air is thick with humidity, and the sound of bullfrogs and cicadas echo in the room. Beside me, the wall screen plays footage of a mangrove forest set within a swamp, and it feels like I'm visiting another world. Later, we stand side by side in front of the mirror, with the cosmetics Master Thymel's sisters left for me, and we switch the screen wall to a tutorial on how to put on makeup. I'm not the best artist, but Pharrell removes my shoddy job and applies my cosmetics with a steady hand. Without letting me look at myself in the mirror, she fits me into my new dress, fastens its bodice, steps back, and draws in a deep breath. Wow. I peer down at the chiffon off-shoulder sleeves that match the skirt. It skims my shoulders and forms a delicate edge around the neckline that conceals most of my cleavage. When I look up, Pharrell stares as though seeing me for the first time. My stomach flutters with trepidation. Do I look all right? Pharrell shakes her head. I thought you were pretty before, but that was in a harvester way. Now you're as regal as those nobles. She grins. Better, because I can't see any of them climbing a tree to save a girl they hardly know. My cheeks heat, and I dip my head. She turns me around to a full-length wall mirror. Take a look. I don't recognize the girl staring back. Her hair is too glossy, her skin too vibrant, and the eyes. I step close to the mirror and tilt my head. Whatever the healer used to wash my eyes has removed all traces of pink, leaving the whites brighter than before. It brings out the ring of sapphire around the iris and contrasts with the flecks of gold hidden among the aquamarine. What do you think of the dress? Asks Pharrell. I step back, noting that the fabric of the sleeves and the skirt match the sapphire in my eyes, and that the bodice is an iridescent aquamarine silk. It cinches my waist, and the chiffon skirt flares out to the ground. It's voluminous, but without a long train that might make me trip. They even provided a delicate gold chain with a blue tomato pendant, the exact aquamarine as the bodice. Pride swells in my chest. My breath catches, but I manage to whisper, It's unbelievable. Pharrell steps in front of me and places both hands on my shoulders. Listen to me. Her gray eyes harden with determination. You are just as worthy as the noble girls of winning Prince Kevon. I drop my gaze. Stop doing that, she snaps. What? You pull a face every time I mention you and Prince Kevon. My throat convulses, and my gaze drops down to the chiffon. How can I tell her that there are plans in place to remove the nobles from power? I swallow hard. Pharrell is falling for Garrett, and I would regret it if he gets hurt in the revolution. I lick my lips. Pharrell, you should know. A loud knock on the door makes us both jump. Are you girls decent? Pharrell skips to the door and flings it open to reveal Garrett. He wears a royal blue tuxedo jacket with silk lapels and red cuffs etched in gold. Even though he's a noble, the two eyes on the cuffs mark him as a lieutenant. I wonder if he attained that rank at such an early age because he's the nephew of the king. My shoulders sag, and I blow out a frustrated breath. There'll be other times to warn her to keep him safe. Garrett whistles at my outfit, kisses Pharrell goodbye, and escorts me out of the guest house's front door. Tall lamps illuminate a driveway that stretches down the length of the lawned garden, but it's too dark to see anything else. A vehicle 3 times as long as Prince Kevon's car waits outside, and a man in a burgundy suit with a matching cap opens the door to the back. Garrett helps me into its cool leather interior that feels more like a small waiting room than a vehicle. He explains that it's protocol for guests to arrive at balls in royal limousines. The man shuts the door and walks around to the driver's seat. What echelon are all these people in purple? I ask. Palace servants or guardians, he says. Their work supports the running of Fangloria. I nod, wondering if they also have combat training. Carolina's estimate of 200 palace guards will be off if these people are willing to die to protect the royals. Garrett offers me a glass of something sparkling and alcoholic, but I shake my head. He shrugs and takes a long sip. Kevon will choke on his champagne when he sees you in that gown. I give him a closed-lip smile and mutter something about feeling nervous. My insides churn, but not because of the ball. Carolina never mentioned how difficult it would be to spy. When I volunteered for the role, the nobles were faceless oppressors. But I don't feel that way about Prince Kevon, Garrett, or Rafaela. I stare out into the gardens, where every few hundred feet stands another guest house. What do you think they'll say in Ragosa? Asks Garrett. I snatch my gaze away from the window. Huh? Tonight, the residents of the Oasis will vote for the 30 girls they want to progress to the palace round. Everyone across Fangloria will watch it live. Right. I imagine what will happen if I get sent back. I'll earn the disappointment of Carolina and Rice, but I won't betray people who have only shown me kindness and generosity. Don't worry, Garrett bats me on the nose. The viewing public will keep you on just to watch you feud with Prunella. I forgot how annoying you can be. Garrett throws his head back and laughs. It's no wonder they call you Zia Mae's popcorn. Your temper is explosive. I smile and turn to the window, where I catch my first sight of the palace. The vast building glows as though it has been carved from the moon. A huge marble dome makes up its roof, and beneath it stands a structure that consists of an arched two-story entrance flanked by a pair of pentagon-shaped wings with arched balconies on every side. The road that leads to the palace is lined with spouting fountains on its left and right, which spatter water on the car roof. Beautiful, isn't it? Says Garrett. I nod. The building is breathtaking, but ruined by the sight of all that wasted water. Garrett explains that the lit-up part is the old palace, which leads to a four-wing structure built around a huge courtyard garden. He continues to say that in the early days of Fangloria, all the fawns lived in the palace and used the climate-controlled domes for growing food. I itch to ask what part in this magical history did the fawns decide to turn groups of people into serfs, but hold my tongue. Tonight I need to focus on being charming enough to win a place in the next round of the princess trials. This is also my opportunity to see if I can find a hidden passageway the Red Runners can use for the revolution. The water stops, and we reach the front steps, where a crowd of photographers gathers. It reminds me of arriving at the concert hall. Now that I know a little about the media in the Oasis, I wonder which of the photographers work for the gossip rags. Garrett steps out first to the flashing of cameras. He turns around and helps me out of the vehicle, and I step onto the thick tread of the red carpet. Then everything goes wild. Silver and white flashes illuminate the night, reporters scream my name, and my pulse flutters in my throat. The sound of scuffling reaches me in the blinding light, and I flinch. In a sick sort of way, it's as bad as the group of girls who attacked me and poisoned gas, because I've got to stand here next to Garrett and allow the reporters to take photos, not knowing who might attack and not knowing what these people will do with my images. Garrett places a hand on the small of my back and guides me over the carpeted path and up the stairs. Even though the line of guards on both sides blocks the reporters from stampeding, my heart won't stop clattering within the confines of my bodice. Now, do you believe me? He asks as we step through the huge arched entrance. You're the most popular girl in the princess trials. Most notorious, maybe, I mutter. The reporter's shouts echo down the vast hallway, where every column consists of intricately carved gold embellishments that stretch up to vaults with gold ceiling roses supporting three-tiered chandeliers. I only know the names of these architectural elements because Mom borrowed everything on castles in the mobile library, but I never expected to see such opulence outside the pages of the books. The hallway combines history with technology. In the Palace of Royal Portraits, each gold frame contains screens broadcasting from different locations within Fangloria, and there are even images of the Atlantic Ocean. I can't help but think of the lack of streetlights at home. Are these pictures solar-powered? I ask. There's a tidal power station on the other side of the Smokies. Garrett crosses the hallway and stops at the image of a concrete structure being engulfed by giant waves. The Navy has gotten it under control after the tsunami, but the electricity it produces powers the Oasis, the industrial region, and the Great Wall. Is there enough power for the Harvester region? I ask. He shrugs. You'll have to ask the Minister of Power, or one of the Guardians who work under him. As we progress toward the set of double doors that lead to the ballroom, the sounds from outside fade, and the strains of orchestra music reach my ears. It's a waltz, and my stomach makes an excited skip. A pair of guards wearing purple uniforms stand at the entrance, holding scanners to the ear cuff of a blue-haired woman clad in a silver gown that seems to be made of glitter. Her companion wears the same kind of tuxedo as Garrett, but with a golden crown, eye, and tree insignia on the cuffs that indicate he's a general. We reach the doors, where the men scan Garrett's ear and my wrist cuff before letting us into a white vestibule. Palace servants stand among the white statues of former Fangloria monarchs, taking outdoor garments. The music in the ballroom beyond stops to a round of polite applause. As Garrett and I step into the ballroom, he says, "You're just in time for the next dance." I have to pause for a moment to take it all in. My gaze sweeps across a dance floor that feels 5 times larger than the average Harvester dwelling, with 2 levels of balconies along both sides. They're crammed with spectators, and it feels like all 5,000 nobles are present. At our level, finely dressed guests sit around tables, sipping beverages brought by palace servants. At both sides of a sweeping staircase sits an orchestra, whose musicians wear black and white. At the top is a level where Prince Kevon sits on the throne at Queen Damascena's left, and the Armstrad ambassador sits on her right. The Queen's ball gown consists of a gold brocade bodice that extends into a voluminous ivory skirt. Prince Kevon stares up at the ceiling. He wears a royal blue frock coat with the same gold brocade as the Queen's along the front and hem and cuffs. Ivory ruffles cascade onto a matching vest down from what looks like a tight neckline. Mercifully, he wears full-length pants instead of breeches, but the polished black shoes with oversized buckles look uncomfortable. The girls each stand on the marble dance floor. I scan them for signs of bruises or a broken nose, but their faces are unmarred, even Emira, Ingrid, and the other nobles. Their partners are young men clad in the same asymmetric leather jacket with flashing lights that Ambassador Pascal wore for the auditions. "What are all these Armstradi soldiers doing here?" I whisper. "They're building the new hospital," Garrett whispers back. "Aren't there people in the echelons with construction skills?" I asked. His brows rise, and a smirk curves his lips. "I didn't think you'd be a xenophobe." "I'm not," I snap. "But don't you think it's—" "You're late," Lady Cersei says to Garrett. She wears a form-fitting black dress with the usual holsters around her chest and shoulders. The dress is split to mid-thigh, which I guess is for maximum mobility. Her cold gaze roves over my form. "And you are supposed to be in Ragosa. Someone tried to murder me last night, so I left my room. That doesn't mean I left the trials." She raises a brow and turns back to Garrett. Maybe she thinks I'm exaggerating. I don't care. "Go to Princess Briar." Garrett frowns. "But now." He inclines his head. "Excuse me, Zia." I bite down on the inside of my cheek and watch him hurry around the dance floor. Why does Lady Cersei get to boss around the nephew of King Aerys? Is it because she was his favorite in the last princess trials? A thin hand grabs me by the arm and yanks me to one side. I stare into the wild eyes of Prunella Broadleaf, who bears brilliant white teeth in a snarl. She wears an off-shoulder gown that clings to her slender frame and flares out into a fishtail. I'm not sure if it's gray or duck-egg blue, but the color clashes with the pale skin of her exposed arms and chest and neck. It's almost as though she thinks no one will notice that she's artificially darkened the skin on her face. Royal blue curls cascade down her scrawny neck, doing nothing to soften her scowl. "What are you doing here? You're disqualified." I long to hiss back that she's an incompetent wretch who can't keep her charges alive, but I clench my teeth. Words like that might be true and might feel good in the moment, but her threat still rings in my ears. For all I know, there might be a guard sitting outside our house right now, waiting for her to say the word. "Prince Kevon asked me to attend the ball and face the public vote," I said. "He'll be disappointed if I'm not on the list." "Miss Calico says there was a violent incident last night." Lady Cersei tilts her head to the side. "What's really happening in those barracks?" Prunella's thin lips part. "Did you not see the footage? Miss Calico left of her own free will." One of the candidates told me of footage you broadcasted to others of me tussling with a naked girl. Prunella's face turns scarlet, and her gaze darts to the dance floor. That was... Lady Circe advances on Prunella with a sneer on her lips. Explain. I stand back, watching Lady Circe make Prunella squirm. I can see why Master Thymel is addicted to her downfall. Prunella Broadleaf is the most unlikable creature. May I have the next dance, Miss Calico? A tall Armstradi man appears before me and extends his hand. My stomach drops, and I part my lips to refuse. Prunella's protests turn to screeches, and I need to get away before she decides that I'm responsible for her predicament with Lady Circe. The young man raises his brow and presses his lips together, looking like he's trying not to laugh. The camera woman, whose equipment I slapped out of her face, hovers close. She wears a pair of spectacles with wings at the end that are clearly meant for recording footage. I dip into a curtsy and take the man's hand. Colonel Carabiner von Mauser, but you may call me Mouse. He sweeps me onto the dance floor, making my skirts swirl. May I address you as Zia Mays? Zia is fine, I reply. It is more dignified than popcorn, he says. His crystal blue eyes gleam with amusement, and I wonder what on earth about me he finds so funny. Surely someone occupied with the construction of a hospital hasn't got time to watch my squabbles with Prunella Broadleaf. Your dress is fit for a queen, he says. Thanks. I turn my gaze to the dance floor, where Ingrid Straub waltzes on our right in a silver dress, with a soldier whose skin is as dark as her hair. Her partner stares ahead and dances with the same mechanical perfection as Mouse, whose gaze burns into the side of my face. I narrow my eyes. Ingrid is aggressive enough to confront me about using supposed underhanded methods to ensnare Prince Kevon. But is a noble capable of conducting such a stealth attack? Her unmarred face isn't proof of innocence. Medical technology can fix anything, especially trivial injuries like bruises and broken noses. Of all the girls in the trials, you are my favorite to win the prince. Mouse's warm breath fans on my cheek, and all the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Thanks. I turn my attention to Vidalot, who dances up ahead in the circle. Perhaps if I spoke to her alone, she might tell me if anyone left the harvester room last night or returned with injuries. Why do you think you're such a threat to the monarchy? He asks. I turn to meet his eyes that twinkle as brightly as the lights on his collar. What? I've been watching your footage. They're trying very hard to make you look bad. We swirl past a man in burgundy who holds a tray laden with glasses of flaming liquor. You don't want to believe everything you see on the Lifestyle Channel, I say. Not that footage, he says with a chuckle. We receive the camera feeds from each of our female comrades. It makes for most interesting viewing. Oh. My skin itches under his scrutiny. Everything about this man tells me he should be handsome, but his features are too perfect, too symmetrical. It's almost as if the most talented artist in the world created a statue, painted it, and breathed it to life. The effect is unsettling. His smile widens. You still haven't answered my question. My lips tighten. I don't know if he's making conversation or trying to incite me into saying something against Queen Damascena, Montana, and all his employees. Garrett is wrong about me. I don't distrust the Armstradi because they're not from Fangloria. It's because nothing about them makes sense. Ambassador Pascal brought young, combat-ready soldiers to build the new hospital and conveniently had a dozen beauties ready to enter the princess trials. The older man seemed vexed that the nobles withheld the chemical compound that would make seeds germinate. They're making the Armstradi dependent on Fangloria for the supply of food, just as the nobles make harvesters dependent on them for water. To me, those actions sow the seeds of violent conflict. I glance up at Mouse, whose gaze turns expectant. He probably won't stop staring until I give him his answer. If I had access to the same cameras as you, maybe I would know what you're talking about. The music ends, and Mouse bows. I dip into a curtsy. The orchestra stands a few feet away, and we give them a brief round of applause. As I leave, he grabs my arm. Another dance, if you please. Nausea ripples through my gut, and it's a struggle to mask my grimace. Maybe later. I'd like a drink. I can escort you to the punch bowl after this dance. His hand tightens around mine. Please, I merely wish to keep you safe. I'm about to ask what he's talking about when Prince Kevon descends the steps, his gaze fixed on us. Chapter 24. I pull my arm away and turn to Prince Kevon. This time Mouse lets go and even steps back. The Armstradi officer gives me a curt bow and walks around the dance floor, where he approaches feet a lot. A long, relieved breath escapes my lungs, and my lips spread into a smile that comes straight from the heart. He grins back. That fella seemed reluctant to release you. Yeah. Even though Mouse's hand was gloved, I wiped the palm that touched his on the skirt of my gown. The applause dies down, and the conductor, who stands 10 feet away, raises his arms. Prince Kevon bows, and is about to extend his hand when Queen Damascena descends. He steps back and frowns. Kevon, she holds out her hand. If you dance with one girl, you must dance with them all. It's only fair. Prince Kevon sends me an apologetic look and sweeps his mother onto the dance floor. My shoulders slump. It's not that I want him. He and Garrett are the only friends I have in this room full of nobles. I frown. Since when did I consider them my friends? Berta waltzes past with an Armstradi soldier who eclipses her height by 3 inches. Honey-colored streaks highlight her ash-blonde hair, which sweeps into a messy chignon held together with butterfly pins. Her gown is as silver and as pale as the stars, with a halter neckline that leaves her shoulders bare. It's backless and daring, and I can't help but smile at her newfound elegance. After her mother sees her looking so radiant on screen, I expect the woman will put more pressure on her to find a husband. Behind her are 2 industrial girls, who dance with awkward steps that not even the perfect Armstradi males can counter. Dark circles mar their pale faces, but it's the discoloration that comes with exhaustion, not bruises from last night's fight. I wonder if Prunella instructed the makeup artists not to cover their blemishes so that they would look sickly on camera. I sway on my feet, enjoying the rhythmic tempo of the waltz. Depending on the outcome of tonight's vote, this could be my last night in the Oasis before I'm thrust back into a life of obscurity, or the first night of starting the mission in earnest. Someone approaches from my other side. I stare ahead and cringe, hoping it's not Mouse returning for another chance at a creepily cryptic conversation. Montana steps in front of me and offers his hand. My shoulders droop, and I bob into a shallow curtsy. Montana appears taller today. I guess he wants to appear extra manly when he eventually dances with Queen Damascena. When you stormed out of the trials, you forfeited your place. Why have you returned? He asks. You don't know? His face hardens. Enlighten me. I tell him about the attack on our room last night, and his brows raise a fraction. Throughout my story, his expression doesn't vary from mild surprise, even when I tell him about the noose. Strangely, I think this is because his face is incapable of a wider range of movement. Something about it reminds me of the perfect Armstradi features. I'm not sure what my mind is trying to show me, but I shake it off and focus on telling Montana what really happened last night. Can anyone corroborate your story? He asks. Berta Ridgeback and Gemini Pixel were in the room when we were gassed. We dance in silence for at least a minute. Lights from his Armstrad cuff blink through his long dark hair, and he gazes off to the tables at the side, and I stare up at him, wondering what's going on behind that ageless brown face. The oldest harvesters usually die before they reach their 80th year. That's because of the reduction in water rations when a person can no longer work the fields. Families help out however they can, but even if you juice every cactus growing wild in Ragosa, it still won't support all those who don't have enough to drink. This man has to be at least 80, maybe even 100. As the orchestra music fades, he says, "The stakes of the princess trials are high, Miss Calico. There are no rules against eliminating an opponent, especially one who gives herself an unfair advantage over the other girls." I stumble over my feet, nearly falling into Montana. "What?" Holding me steady, he offers me a cold smile. "Step carefully, Miss Calico. I won't always be there when you fall." The music stops, and Montana inclines his head. "Thank you for the dance. It was most enlightening." As he walks toward the other side of the ballroom, I glare at his broad back. I don't think Montana orchestrated last night's attack, but he would certainly cover up another murder if it helped the Chamber of Ministers marry Prince Kevon to the girl of their choice. Montana stops to speak with Lady Cersei, who stands by one of the ballroom's many columns. Whatever he says to the lady-at-arms causes her to glance in my direction and walk into the dance floor, where Prince Kevon kisses Queen Damascena's hand. Lady Cersei pulls Queen Damascena aside, and Prince Kevon glances from left to right. Next to them, Emera leaves her partner, a red-haired soldier with a broad, stocky build. She holds the fabric of her golden dress and dips into a curtsy. I can't see the prince's expression because I'm several feet behind him, but he places his hands behind his back. A few of the other girls watch Emera with scowls, and I immediately discount her from my list of suspects from last night's attack. The girl might be attention-seeking, but she wouldn't leave herself open to hostility by acting forward in front of the others. Garrett rushes over from one of the many side tables and offers Emera his hand. She glances at Prince Kevon, who nods. Emera's posture sags, and she allows Garrett to whisk her away. Prince Kevon turns around, and our eyes meet. He strides across the dance floor and approaches me with a relieved smile. "Finally," he says with a long sigh. My brows draw together. "Are you all right?" "As well as I can be, given the circumstances." The orchestra starts again, and he gestures toward a far corner of the ballroom. "Will you walk with me?" I nod. No member of the Red Runners has ever infiltrated the palace. If today is my last in the oasis, I had better return to Ragosa with something useful. The occupants of the tables stare as we walk past, but none of the guards in Burgundy attempt to stop us from leaving through a single door behind the orchestra. It leads to a narrow hallway where palace servants rush in and out of rooms with trays of snacks and glasses. "Where are we going?" I ask. He gives me a half smile. "I promised you a tour. Do you like roses?" I shrug. They don't grow in Ragosa, so it's always a pleasure to see them. "I'm surprised you came out with me." He places a hand on the small of my back. "It's everyone's last chance to sway the public before they vote." The warmth of his palm seeps through my silk bodice, and it's not unpleasant. "Every resident of the oasis, you mean? They've probably decided on who they want to progress to the next round." At the end of the hallway, Prince Kevon opens a door. A warm, rose-scented breeze swirls around us. We step out into a lamp-lit garden path flanked by 6-foot-tall rose trees with thin stems, which remind me of tomato trees, except there are flowers where there should be fruit. In between the trees are lavender shrubs, but their scent is faint compared to the roses. The door clicks shut, and Prince Kevon pauses. Master Thymel did a wonderful job. His gaze drops to the blue tomato hanging off the thin gold chain. "You look exquisite." Even though my brain knows I'm playing a role, I can't help the flush of heat that crawls across my cheeks. The only people who ever complimented me on my looks are Mom and Dad. It's also hard to stay calm under the gaze of a man who has over 30 girls competing for his heart. Thank you, I say, for the dress and the compliment. The look Prince Kevan gives me is so expectant that I have to skip back a few seconds to remember if he asked me a question. My bodice tightens around my torso and my breaths become shallow. It's hard to maintain eye contact when I can't stop cringing that he got to hear my heartfelt words about being the woman who leads Fangloria at Rice's side. I turn my gaze toward an archway of climbing roses lit by tiny flower-shaped lights. What's over there? A fountain. He gestures at the arches. Would you like to see it? All the tension leaves me in a long exhale, and I walk alongside Prince Kevan toward the other roses. We continue in silence toward a fountain with over 36 jets of water shooting out into the air, forming a bouquet shape. Lights at the base of the water spout color the water yellow, yet it turns purple and then electric blue as it curves down to the stone bowl. Cold droplets of water spray across the air, providing a pleasant cooling effect. I spoke to my mother about pardoning Gemini Pixel, he murmurs. What did she say? At first, she refused to overturn the sentence, even though it was her who incited Leonidas Pixel to break the law. My breath catches. But you convinced the queen? Only when I refused to participate in the princess trials, he replies. Apparently, the Lifestyle Channel's ratings are at an all-time high. If I dropped out, it would undermine the monarchy. Joy bursts through my chest, and I fling my arms around Prince Kevan's neck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He wraps his arms around my middle, and suddenly his warm, sensual scent engulfs my senses. Suddenly I'm aware that I'm embracing not just a noble, but the highest ranking of them all, a royal. Prince Kevan draws back and cups the side of my face with his large hand. Keep sharing your perspective of the world, Zia Mays Calico. You make me want to be a better man. The admiration in his eyes brings me back to that conversation we had when I thought he was just a guard. Back then, he said Prince Kevan was lucky to have me in the princess trials. His gaze drops to my lips, and a bolt of dread drops into my stomach. He's going to kiss me. Kiss me like I'm a girl who has admired him from afar and longed to be at his side. He's going to kiss me when it should be Rice Wintergreen in his place. There she is, says a sharp voice. We jump apart to find Ingrid Straub striding through the rose arches, flanked by a pair of camera women. She reaches the fountain and places her hands on her hips. Behind her are all the other noble girls, 3 guardians, 2 artisans, and Emera. The boulder of dread in my stomach lightens. I straighten, readying myself for the upcoming confrontation. Ingrid's gaze skips over me. Your Highness, why does one so wise allow himself to be swayed by a creature of such coarse charms? Comments like this are precisely why I agreed to the trials, says Prince Kevan. I want to spend the rest of my life with a woman who encompasses the wisdom and beauty of Fangloria in all its varieties. Where you see coarseness, I see the radiance of Gaia, untainted by surgical enhancements. My jaw drops, and I swing my gaze back to the noble girls, who swap uncomfortable glances. Somewhere through the shock of hearing about the noble's artificial beauty, my heart warms at Prince Kevan's compliment. Ingrid's features twist into a mask of anguish. Is this what we're to expect in the palace round? Her voice shakes. Clandestine meetings between you and whoever stoops low enough to satisfy your carnal desires? Prince Kevan steps forward. Ingrid, is it? Something flashes in her eyes. It looks like fury. but the way she clutches herself around the middle indicates mortification. Ingrid won the Detroit Depression round and dined twice with the prince, but now he's just told the whole of Fangloria that he finds her unremarkable. "Yes, Your Highness," she replies, enunciating his title like an insult. "What is happening out here?" barks a female voice. "Make way for the Queen's Guard." The girls part, allowing Lady Cersei to approach. "How is my security personnel supposed to keep you safe when you wander freely through the grounds without an escort?" She bares her teeth. "Everybody get inside." For a moment, nobody moves. Lady Cersei is like the strictest teacher in school, except she's armed with at least 4 guns. After my hair-raising one-to-one with her in the hospital and the subsequent doctored footage, I want to stay at Prince Kevon's side in case I was wrong about her not being present during last night's attack. "Now," she snarls. Ingrid straightens, raises her head, and turns on her heel. The other girls cast us withering looks before joining their leader under the rose arches. Only the camera women remain. One of them shoots footage of Lady Cersei's profile, and the other faces us. The lady at arms sweeps her arm to the side. "I will be having words with Her Majesty." "Do tell her that I'm keeping up my end of the bargain," replies Prince Kevon. "Barely." Lady Cersei flicks her head in the direction of the doors. "Come on." We all walk in silence through the rose garden, back through the hallways and into the ballroom. The orchestra plays another type of music, and ladies clad in black and white cocktail dresses slink across the dance floor in a close embrace with white-shirted men whose black pants are held up by suspenders. Their movement consists of sensuous pauses and kicks and flicks to the strains of a wailing accordion and a melancholy violin. I stand at the edge of the dance floor with Prince Kevon on my right and Emira at my left with the other girls at my back. But I can't focus on them because I'm mesmerized by the dancers and this enchanting melody. I doubt that the nobles will broadcast this part of the evening to the Harvester domes. It's rare that we get insights into their varied and rich lives. When the music stops, the dancers bow, and applause fills the room. Montana walks to the middle of the dance floor and spreads his arms wide. "Thank you, the Pavan Troupe, for your wonderful interpretation of Alcorta's El Choclo. My auditors have informed me that they have finished collating the votes of the viewing public for who will progress to the palace round." The people sitting at the tables and in the balconies applaud. My stomach tightens, and Prince Kevon wraps an arm around my waist. Lady Cersei, who stands at his right, says something in a loud whisper. "I need to be in place for the announcement," he whispers to me. "Good luck." He gives me one last squeeze around the waist and walks toward the steps with Lady Cersei. I glance up to the thrones and meet Queen Damascena's gaze. The ice in her blue eyes makes me wonder for a stupid moment if she was the attacker with the noose. Montana asks all the girls to step forward and form a line. As I head toward the dance floor, someone wraps a large hand around my arm. I twist around to find Mouse staring down at me. "What do you want?" I pull on my arm, but his grip is tight. His gaze drops to my blue tomato pendant, and my skin crawls with revulsion. "Come with me," he says. "I will keep you safe." "What are you talking about?" I hiss. "You trust the prince." He releases my arm and steps back, with his strangely perfect brows drawn together in mock confusion. "Why don't you trust me?" The lights on his collar blink on and off. One of them is obviously a camera, and I remember that Ambassador Pascal negotiated my place on the princess trials as a form of entertainment. If Mouse is anything like the Armstradi girls who tried to put words of sedition in my mouth during the dinner with Prince Kevon, I'm better off facing the public vote. Without a word, I hurry across the dance floor and join the other girls. Mouse's laughter rings in my ears, and the dread rolling through my belly doubles in weight. Have I made a terrible mistake? We stand in our groups, nobles at the front, followed by guardians, then artisans, then industrials, then harvesters, and then Berta, me, and Gemini, who I haven't noticed until now. She wears a floaty, pistachio-green dress with white lilies embroidered into the fabric. Her pale hair is swept back into a high bun and decorated with even more of the flowers. The effect is otherworldly. I turn to her and smile, but she stares straight ahead. Gemini? She turns to her left, where one of the Armstradi girls now stands. Another takes her place at Berta's right. Further up the rows, one Armstradi stands to the left and right of each echelon. My gaze trails up to where Prince Kevon sits with the Queen. Neither of them appears concerned with the arrangement, but Mouse's words reverberate through my skull. Did he want to keep me safe from his female comrades? Ambassador Pascal, who hasn't moved from the throne all evening, stands. The black tuxedo he wears looks and hangs like it's made of plastic, but the white shirt and bow tie might be leather. Lights shine from his cuffs and lapel pin. First, I choose which 6 Armstradi candidates will progress to the palace round. What happened to the public vote? I whisper. He probably pledged another 100 monitors, or the loan of a juvenation doctor, Berta whispers back. I want to ask whether she's talking about a doctor specializing in keeping patients young, but the ambassador taps the side of his spectacles. Captain Saber, then Captain Katana, Lieutenants John, Tizona, Khalees, and Wallace will progress to the next round. All the girls on the left march to the foot of the staircase. Wrapping my arms around my middle, I take stock of what's left. 24 places for 33 girls. 9 of us will leave. Montana smiles, but there's no warmth in his eyes. Thank you, Ambassador Pascal, for your charming choices. I will now announce the names of those who will join us in the palace for the next round of the princess trials. My chest tightens, and I hold my breath. Ingrid Straub gets the highest votes. She takes her place of pride beside the Armstradi girls, followed by a noble named Constance Sprite, with blue-black ringlets, and then the other 3 from their echelon. The next names come from the artisan and guardian echelons, which is no surprise. Berta leans into me and whispers, I don't know why they don't just award Ingrid the crown. She's going to win, no matter who the prince chooses. Anger flushes through my veins. I would bet anything that Montana's auditors made sure Ingrid came first. Montana turns to smile at the girls on the winner's side of the room. Aren't they a gorgeous representation of Fangloria and its allies? The ballroom explodes into applause. Even the orchestra claps. I fill my lungs with air and survey the winners. 6 Armstradi, 5 nobles, 6 guardians, and 6 artisans. That's 23 spaces taken. Provided that nobody voted for the other Armstradi girls, there are 15 girls left vying for 7 places. I gulp. If the viewing public selects all 6 harvesters based on beauty, that leaves only 1 spot left between the industrials, Berta, Gemini, and me. As predicted, Montana calls out the name of each harvester girl, along with an industrial girl who doesn't look as beaten down by the polluted atmosphere as the others. A gasp escapes my lips, and I sway on my feet. I've failed my mission, failed Carolina, failed Rice, and most importantly, failed the harvesters. Yes! Berta clenches both fists. I'm going home. The 7 girls join the winner's side of the room, and I can't breathe. Pressure builds up in my chest, and it takes every ounce of self-control not to collapse on the marble floor. Tonight, they'll either send me back to Ragosa, or Prince Kevon will offer me a place in Garrett's guest house, where I'll be, what, The girl he visits while deciding who to marry? The girl ever vying for trips to the palace? The applause feels like thunder in my ears, and I lean on Berta for support. She doesn't shove me away. "One moment, please." The voice of the Armstrad ambassador cuts through my mental fog and brings me back to the dance floor. Montana frowns. "Your Excellency, does your vote include the 3 girls I selected?" Ambassador Pascal's voice projects through the speakers. Montana pauses for a moment longer than is comfortable. "It was my belief that you already selected the 6 you wanted to progress to the next round." "The 6 Armstradi girls." The ambassador raises a crooked finger. "Will you humor me and read out where my 3 picks came in the public vote?" Hope germinates in my chest. I inhale a deep breath and stand straight. Next to me, Berta whispers, "Oh, no." Montana's lips tighten. "ZMA's Calico came in 9th, and Berta Ridgeback came 30th. Berta stiffens. No. My heart quickens, and I glance at the other side of the ballroom, where the girls turn to each other and frown. Surely the ambassador won't give up 3 of his girls. "And this show is being broadcasted live?" Ambassador Pascal asks. "What a disappointment it would be to all those who didn't get a chance to vote if the rules can be changed to fit the agenda of the noble echelon." Whispers spread across the ballroom, both from above and our level. If the ambassador was a Fanglorian, his words would be seditious. They more than hint at corruption and would get a person dragged away and disappeared. But he's not one of us. He is the person who supplies our country with medical equipment, and if Berta is to be believed, methods to keep the nobles young for longer than they deserve. "Of course," Montana says with a nervous chuckle. "Miss Calico and Miss Ridgeback, please make your way to the other side of the room. Miss Watts and Miss Pomifera, I'm afraid you'll be going home tomorrow morning." Brunea Pomifera is the girl from Morris who cartwheeled her way into the audience's hearts. She, the industrial girl, and most of the other harvester girls cast me hateful glances as I walk across the dance floor with Berta, and nobody offers any applause. Montana clears his throat. "And before Ambassador Pascal has any last-minute changes of mind, please give the girls going home a warm send-off." As polite applause rings through the ballroom, something up in the ceiling tinkles like glass and then creaks. I tilt my head up in time to see one of the huge chandeliers falling. Cold alarm squeezes my heart, and I join the screaming audience with a cry for the other girls to run. It's too late. The chandelier falls on the girls in an explosion of metal and glass and sparks. I rush forward. "Gemini!" Berta grabs my arm and snarls. "Stop trying to be a hero and let the guards put out the flames." "Flames?" I twist around to find that parts of the wreckage have caught fire. A hand emerges from the ruins of the chandelier, followed by an arm. My heart lurches. Someone is still alive. Tinkling fills the air as whoever survived the chandelier accident pulls herself out. From the pale skin, blonde hair, and pistachio green gown, it can only be Gemini. "Let go!" I struggle in Berta's grip. "Stay away from her," Berta snarls. I twist around and glare at the taller girl. Is this because they're calling her father a traitor? After what happened last night, I thought you would understand the concept of collateral damage. Berta releases my arm. "It's your funeral pyre." "What are you talking about?" I snap. She points at the burning side of the chandelier. "Put it this way. There might be a reason why no one has rushed to those girls' aid." I step away from Berta. Every person in this room would hurry to their assistance if the girls who had been crushed were nobles. According to the crowd watching this spectacle, industrials don't even deserve clean air. Gemini staggers to her feet. Blood seeps through her gown, which is torn in several places, and burns and bruises mar her bare arms. One of them hangs limply, as though it might be dislocated or broken. Her blue eyes focus on me, and she raises her left hand. "Zia, stay back. What's wrong?" She parts her lips to say something else, but a bright light flashes from her mouth, followed by a loud bang. I twist and crouch with my hands over my head, and pieces of hot, wet flesh splatter down onto my dress. Chapter 25. I can't move. I can't breathe. I can't think of what just happened. All I can do is stare at the blood-spattered pieces on the white marble floor, on my arms, in my hair, and on my gown. The bodice of my dress tightens around my lungs and constricts my stomach, and the sour taste of half-digested burger and milkshake hits the back of my throat. I swallow hard, willing the contents of my gut to stay down. Falling chandeliers don't cause people to explode. They crush bones, skewer bodies, maybe even cause electrical fires. But they don't fill a person's throat with light and blow people into tiny bits. My gaze rises to the stairs, where Prince Kevon stands, his body bent double by Lady Cersei's arm lock. His gaze flickers from me to the chandelier wreckage, and then he lurches out of Lady Cersei's grip and down the stairs. Maybe he's thinking the same thing. This is another two-pronged murder attempt. When throwing Raffaella out of a building didn't work, her Armstrong monitor electrocuted her heart. I stagger toward the group of shocked girls, shaking my head from side to side. How could anyone insert an explosive inside a girl? Why would anyone drop a chandelier on a girl when she's standing among innocent people? Prince Kevon emerges from around the girls and grabs my forearms. My head snaps up. His deep blue eyes are wide, frantic. His lips move, but I can't hear a word through the ringing of my eardrums and the booming of my pulse. I think he's asking if I'm all right, so I force a smile and nod. He crushes me to his chest, knocking all the air out of my lungs. The embrace should feel stifling, and I should struggle out of his grip, but Prince Kevon's strong arms are the only thing keeping me together. Heartbeats later, he draws back and guides me toward the steps. Queen Damascena and Ambassador Pascal rise from their thrones. Neither of them looks at the wreckage. The ambassador smiles down at us, but the queen glowers. Lady Cersei descends the steps with her gaze also fixed on Prince Kevon and me, but I can't decipher her expression. Noises, screams, the trampling of feet, the rumble of chairs and tables hitting the stone floor rush to my ears, and I blink myself back into awareness. "Somebody call a medic," Prince Kevon shouts to the side. The anguish in his voice makes me flinch. "Zia." He cups my face and stares into my soul. "You're suffering from shock. I'll get you some medical attention." My voice comes out a rasp, as though hoarse from hours of screaming. You said she wouldn't die." "She promised." His voice breaks. "She said Gemini would be pardoned." "What about the chandelier?" The words tumble from my mouth. Prince Kevon draws his brows together. "Do you think?" He stops, and his face turns ashen. "It's just like Raffaella." "If the chandelier didn't kill her, the explosion would," I whisper. Prince Kevon's fingers curl around my arms in a grip that borders on pain. Above the sound of panic, he says, "Gemini Pixel wasn't the target." A shaky breath escapes my nostrils. The moment that chandelier fell, a seed of insight formed deep in the back of my mind, but the shock of what happened to Gemini didn't let it germinate. Someone is eliminating the girls closest to Prince Kevon, At least those who don't conform with the Chamber of Ministers' choice. The only thing that kept me alive was Ambassador Pascal's last-minute intervention. Prince Kevon loosens his grip, and I turn around. There isn't even a black mark where Gemini once stood. Orange flames spread over the chandelier wreckage, and black tendrils of smoke drift up toward the higher levels. Palace servants clad in 4-cylinder extinguisher vests spray clouds of white dust from bell-shaped nozzles, but the action only stops the fire from spreading. Montana stands at the other end of the dance floor, his black hair and tuxedo pristine. "May I have everybody's attention, please?" he says in a well-practiced voice. "The lighting malfunction is no cause for panic, and as you can see, the fire is under control. As soon as our brave firefighters have extinguished the flames, we'll retrieve the girls and send them to the Royal Hospital and offer them the finest medical attention." Applause rings out across the ballroom, and my mouth drops open. Doesn't anyone care how much those girls might be suffering? What about Gemini? "Zia," says Prince Kevon, "come with me." I pull my gaze away from Montana and frown. Mouse. Moments ago, Colonel von Mauser offered to keep me safe, but wouldn't explain why. I search around the emptying tables and chairs, and along the edge of the dance floor. There's no sign of the so-called Armstradi construction workers. "Zia," asks Prince Kevon. "You're right," I say, my voice choking with bitterness. "They meant to kill me." "Why don't we have a little music for our heroes?" says Montana. "Conductor, do you know Girl on Fire by Keys?" The audience chuckles. Before I can react to the tasteless joke, men in black rush through escaping crowds with military precision. One of them stands at the dance floor, points their gun at Montana, and bullets explode from his chest. Screams fill the air as Montana hits the floor, and blood pools around his still body. I stagger back with my hands over my mouth. This can't be the Red Runners. They're supposed to wait until I show them a secret entrance to the palace. Palace guards in purple armor rush through the doors, and the men in black throw grenades that fill the exits with fire. Guards fly from left to right amid a spray of debris. A pair of the men in black turns their guns to us. One shoots at someone up the stairs, and the other yells, "Stay still, and no one will get hurt." "Get down!" Lady Cersei barks behind us. Everybody, including Prince Kevon, crouches. I twist around to find both Lady Cersei and Queen Damascena shooting at the invaders. The men who pointed guns at us fall, and the two women rush down the stairs, leaving the Armstrad ambassador standing at the throne with a smirk. My hands curl into fists. I knew it. "Zia!" shouts Prince Kevon at my side. The machine gun fire is so loud, so relentless, that I can't tell when one shot starts and another ends. Eventually, they stop firing, and footsteps thunder down the stairs. "These gunmen are Armstradi," I say. "Everybody follow us." Lady Cersei runs down the side of the orchestra. The conductor cowers behind a man sitting around a set of kettle drums, but the musicians remain in their seats, with terror etched on their faces. I turn to the tables that border the dance floor. Everyone has either fled, fallen, or is flinching at the far walls. The girls stream behind Queen Damascena, who disappears into an exit set within the staircase. Lady Cersei stands to one side of the door, beckoning us to hurry with a small machine gun. Prince Kevon ushers some of the more frightened girls to run. I stay at his side, making sure everyone is following directions. Ingrid rushes toward us and grabs at his lapels. "What's happening?" "I'm not sure," he replies. "Stay with the group. Her Majesty will lead you through an underground tunnel to transportation out of the palace grounds." My throat spasms. I've found a secret passageway. But why am I thinking about my mission amid murder and chaos? More girls rush ahead, and Ingrid remains close. As the last few depart through the door, Prince Kevon, Ingrid, and I take up the rear. "Hurry!" hisses Lady Cersei. As we pass the Lady-at-Arms, I glance at the door. Its interior consists of metal thick enough to secure the safest of vaults. We're in a long hallway that slopes downward and is lit by bulbs so dim they're barely noticeable. Lady Cersei steps in after us, pulls the door shut, and slams her palm on a glowing view screen. The bulbs flare to life, bathing us in light. I turn to Prince Kevon. What about Garrett? Move! Lady Cersei sprints ahead. Prince Kevon and I break into a jog. He turns to me and replies, Garrett left the ball an hour ago. Thank Gaia. Ingrid places a hand on her chest. As soon as Lady Cersei disappears into the crowd of girls, Ingrid stumbles and holds onto her calf. Oh! Prince Kevon pauses. What's wrong? Leg cramp, she replies with a sob in her voice. Run ahead, Your Highness. Save yourself. Prince Kevon scoops her into his arms, and Ingrid rests her head on his broad chest. The part of me that might have bristled at her transparent tactics remains dormant. Gemini's mouth, the horror in her eyes, the explosion of her body parts on my bare skin rush through my senses. All I can do is keep running and hope that the palace's security system isn't built on Armstradi technology. What's happening? Ingrid whispers, her voice soft and vulnerable. Why do so many people have to die? Ingrid's arms wrap around Prince Kevon's neck and she sobs into his chest all the way to the end of the slope. We reach an underground space that reminds me of the one I saw in the concert hall, except it's not filled with vehicles. Lady Cersei stands at the door of an armored bus, about half the size of the coach that transported the Harvester girls to the oasis. Hurry! Lady Cersei hisses. Prince Kevon steps aside and says to me, You first. I bound up the stairs and meet rows of frightened, tear-streaked faces. The artisan girls hug themselves. The guardians sit stiffly despite their tears, and the nobles' faces are pale and unmarked. Emera wails in the back, her head on Vita Lot's lap, and Cori Barzona strokes her hair. Get on your feet, Straub, snarls the lady-at-arms from outside. Feeling no stab of satisfaction at Ingrid's reprimand, I walk past the front, where Queen Damascena sits next to the empty driver's seat. She clips a fresh magazine into her automatic rifle, making my skin crawl as I pass the noble girls and lower myself into the place next to an ashen-faced Berta. The door slams, then Prince Kevon bounds up the stairs. Lady Cersei emerges from behind him, rushes to the driver's seat, and fires up the engine. Ladies. Prince Kevon stands in the aisle with his hands on the tops of the front seats. Please remain calm. This is an armored personnel carrier. It's bulletproof, shrapnel-proof, and will withstand even weapons of mass destruction of a chemical, biological, or nuclear nature. Someone in the back row shrieks. It's probably Emera, but I don't turn around to check. The vehicle rushes forward into the dark. My mother, Lady Cersei, and I have practiced this drill dozens of times. We will drive through one of the underground roads that lead out of the oasis and into a secure facility where we will wait in safety until guardians arrive to subdue the rebels. Rebels? Snarls Berta. It's those cyborg Armstradi. They're probably tracking us as we speak through our health monitors. Nausea ripples up my throat, and I wrap my hand around my neck. Berta is right. I should be the one coming to these conclusions, but my mind keeps skipping back to Gemini and the chandelier, and my insides won't stop trembling. All right, says Prince Kevon. Miss Ridgeback, will you collect everyone's monitors, please? Ingrid shoots to her feet, unclips her ear cuff, and drops it into a sick bag. I'll be happy to help. Berta stands in the aisle and demonstrates with a hairpin how to remove a wrist cuff. Following her instructions, I find the red and green flashing lights and stick the pin into the tiny dip hidden between them. With a stinging sensation of needles withdrawing from my skin, the cuff clips open. I let it fall onto my lap and rub the damp ring it's made over my wrist. My skin is raw over the parts the cuffs pierced, but it doesn't bleed. Have you calmed yourself yet? Ingrid says to me in a cloyingly sweet voice. She stands in the aisle and shakes a plastic sick bag. You know, Those in our echelon are accustomed to the dangers that royals face. We practice security drills all the time. You should go home. Life is much safer in the Barrens. Is that why you faked a sprained ankle and needed Prince Kevon to haul your carcass? I snap. Berta snorts. Nice one. She drops her wrist cuff into the sick bag. I never pegged you as a fainting fancy, Straub. Ingrid fakes a laugh. Oh, Ridgeback, it's wonderful that you're so robust. Actually, it is. Berta folds her arms across her chest and raises her chin. I drop my cuff into the bag, and Ingrid wrinkles her nose as though it's somehow tainted. I turn away from the girl and stare out of the window. Yellow lights whiz past in the dark, with the occasional red marker. Either this vehicle's wheels are thick enough to absorb the bumps in the tunnel, or the ground beneath us is as smooth as a regular road. Did you see? I whisper. What? Pixel's explosion? Berta replies. I nod. That was a bunny bomb. I turn and meet the other girl's pale eyes. What? Berta scratches the side of her chin. Border guards use it all the time, when the wild men group at the Great Wall. Stick a small explosive down the mouth of a checkered giant, send the creature through a hatch, and let it run. They all go chasing after the fresh meat, and boom. She spreads her hands wide. No more wild men. What if the rabbit runs faster than them? I ask. What are you talking about? Berta twists in her seat, impatience etching her features. No animal, no matter how fast, can escape human endurance. Those wild men are insanely strong. It might take a minute or two, but they catch up with the bunny eventually. That's when the guard at the viewing tower or someone watching the creature's collar will detonate the bomb. Simple. Swallowing hard, I restrain myself from asking how they put the bomb in Gemini's throat. If Berta provides me with a callously worded explanation, I don't know how I will react. The adrenaline from our escape wears off, leaving me feeling like I've had to fight my way through poisoned gas. My shoulders slump, and I bow my head. I should have said something earlier. Berta leans into me and whispers, If you're feeling guilty about Pixel's death sentence, not that. Squeezing my eyes shut, I pinch the bridge of my nose. I knew the Armstradi were up to something. So did everyone else with a set of eyes, Berta says with a chuckle. So does everyone who noticed they didn't join us on the bus. The Armstradi girls who didn't make the palace round also walked out of chandelier range. Nobody but those dependent on juvenation treatments trust them. Aren't you worried? I ask. Hey. She nudges me on the side. Do you really believe the entire Royal Navy is out there investigating a tsunami? I raise my head. What? My cousin's brother-in-law's uncle is a commander camping out at the base of the Smokies. As soon as the border guards, the Navy, and the palace guards regroup, they'll reduce every single Armstradi in the oasis to body parts and circuits. I bite down on my lip and wonder if Carolina's plan to infiltrate the palace via a secret entrance is over-optimistic. The Red Runners might be able to defeat 200 palace guards, but there are enough people in the Guardian echelon, and with enough weapons, to wipe out the Harvesters. To take control of Fangloria, she would need to subdue every single noble and all the Guardians loyal to the Royals. The underside of the vehicle bumps against something large, making us all jolt, and a flash of light explodes outside our window. My heart jumps into my throat, and I turn to stare outside, but Berta leans forward and takes up all the space. What's out there? She leans back, her face grim. Take a look. Dark figures in open-top jeeps ride alongside us. Bursts of light explode from their machine guns, and I clench my teeth and remind myself that this vehicle is designed to protect the Royals and won't fail. Trucking hell, Berta moans. My stomach tightens with dread. What? They've attached some sort of computerized bomb to the side. To make another explosion? I squeak. They're overriding the security programming with nanobots, aren't they? She snaps. I feel too sick to get offended. Even if this gateway vehicle isn't of Armstradi construction, Our enemies are more technologically advanced than I can imagine. Lady Cersei revs the engine and we lurch forward in a burst of speed. I hold my breath, waiting for the explosion, waiting for the Armstrati to board the vehicle and slaughter us. There's no bang, only the hiss of doors as they open. A man wearing the same black bodysuit as the palace intruder boards. "Now!" snarls Lady Cersei. Queen Damascena twists and sprays bullets at the intruder. He falls and another emerges, holding a perspex shield. Behind him, another person, crouching low, points the gun at the queen, but she's too busy attacking the man in front to notice. "Watch out!" I yell, but it's too late. The queen falls, and everybody screams. Her gun slides down the aisle, and Prince Kevon traps it with his foot. The man in front lowers his shield and points a gun at Lady Cersei's head. "Stop driving." Keeping a hand on the steering wheel, the lady-at-arms shoots him in the gut, and he falls back. Lady Cersei swerves the vehicle left and right. I jerk sideways into Berta, then she falls onto me. The intruders topple back, but in the confusion, one crawls down the aisle and holds a gun to Prince Kevon's head. "Stop driving and drop your weapon or the royal line ends with this boy." Lady Cersei slams on the brakes, and everyone lurches forward. Prince Kevon shoots the intruder in the gut in a spray of gunfire, and he crumples into the floor. He steps into the aisle with his gun pointed at the entrance, but a man snatches Ingrid from the front and points a gun to her head. "You." The man beckons at Prince Kevon with the gun. "Come quietly with us, or your little harem dies." Prince Kevon's shoulders rise. "These girls have done nothing except volunteer to be part of an oppressive regime," says the gunman with a sneer. Lady Cersei rises from the driver's seat. "Go with them." Prince Kevon turns, and our eyes meet. Terror wars with confusion across his features, but he nods and steps toward the attackers. Chapter 26. My pulse flutters in my throat. It's the only other part of me that's moving right now except my eyes, and an ache forms in my heart because I can't let Prince Kevon leave with those people. It's hard to explain why. Ever since Mr. Wintergreen lost his life for protecting a harvester girl from that border guard, I have wanted those who rule us destroyed. But harvesters were supposed to take over the country, not the Amstradi, and I planned on sparing Prince Kevon. I gaze down the aisle at Prince Kevon's retreating back. He continues down toward the front, where Queen Damascena lies face down on the floor among the dead soldiers. Lady Cersei edges out from the driver's seat and reaches for her holster. Prince Kevon's shoulders stiffen, his hands curl into fists, but the man with the gun points his weapon into the prince's face. "Wait here with your hands up," he snarls. Prince Kevon pauses a moment before raising his hands. "You." The man holding the gun turns to Lady Cersei. "Place your hands out front." Hatred burns in the older woman's eyes, but she doesn't move. I lean forward in my seat and gulp. The lady-at-arms might have dropped one of her guns, but likely has more weapons hidden in her outfit. If she doesn't want to become a captive, she needs to make a move now. "We'll do this the hard way, then." The man in black turns his gun to the front seat, where Ingrid shrieks. "Do it," Prince Kevon says to Lady Cersei. "We can't let them hurt the girls." Her features harden, and she tightens her lips. I would bet my entire collection of blowguns that she wants to do the opposite. Her priority is protecting the royals, even at the cost of our lives. My gaze flickers to Prince Kevon, whose chest rises and falls with rapid breaths. "Please," he says, his voice imploring. "For me." Lady Cersei gives him a sharp nod and stretches out her arms, but steps back into what looks like a fighting stance. Her gaze darts toward the aisles, and I draw in a sharp breath. If she attacks, Ingrid Straub will die. The man lowers his gun, pulls out a thick pair of cuffs, and steps into kicking distance. Thin silver wires shoot out from the cuffs, attach themselves around Lady Cersei's heart, and send bolts of electricity into the lady-at-arms. Her teeth clench, her body stiffens, and she drops like a ripe persimmon in a faint breeze. A gasp tears from my lips, and the girl's screams ring through my ears. Is she dead too? Prince Kevon lurches forward. Don't hurt. The man grabs the prince's throat. Prince Kevon slams his fists down on the man's forearm and breaks the hold. Then he grabs the back of his attacker's head and forces his knee into the other man's chest. A female attacker emerges through the vehicle's door with her gun raised and pointed at Prince Kevon's blind side. My heart spasms. I scream, "Watch out!" He twists, ducks, but the woman slams the butt of her rifle into the back of the prince's head, making him fall into the first man. This time, even I shriek. The woman slams her elbow into Prince Kevon's back, shoving him forward, and the man punches the prince full in the face. Blood explodes from Prince Kevon's nose, eliciting more screams from the girls. My stomach tightens into knots, and my hands curl into fists. Fury surges through my veins, and without thinking, I shoot out of my seat. Berta grabs my shoulder and shoves me down. Don't make yourself a target. A dazed, bleeding Prince Kevon sways on his feet, and the woman places a black sack over his head. She yanks on a cord around its base, and it tightens around his neck like a garrote. The prince's hands fly up to his neck, but she pulls harder. His choking sounds bring back the anguish of last night, and I clutch at my own throat. That's enough from you. She drags him across the front of the bus and out of its doors. The man who electrocuted Lady Cersei turns her over with his foot and slaps the cuffs on her wrists. A siren wails in the distance. I twist around in my seat and glance out of the back window for signs of the reinforcements Berta mentioned earlier, but it's a white ambulance. My pulse pounds within a throat already dry and hoarse from the horrors of the evening. Even if the medics are here to help, these hijackers will kill them like they killed the Queen. A pair of women board. They wear the same black armor and helmets as the men and point machine guns down the aisles. One of them shouts, "Remain in your seats or we'll shoot." Their accomplices drag out the bodies of Lady Cersei, Queen Damascena, and their fallen comrades. Berta leans her head against the window. We're dead. Has anything like this ever happened before? I whisper. Not in centuries, she whispers back. Armstrad had a choice on who to back in the last Civil War, and they chose the nobles. Everybody pay attention, says one of the women up at the front. You are now the hostages of the Freedom Army. Sit still, stay quiet, and no one else will get shot or electrocuted. I lean forward and study our captors. They're both statuesque and move with the same grace and precision as the Armstradi girls. The high collars that meld with the base of their helmets flash with the same kind of lights I saw on Mouse's collar. Do you think they're the girls from the trials? I whisper. Does it matter? Mutters Berta. She's right. Identities don't matter right now, and neither do the motives of our attackers. These people are resourceful, ruthless, and ready to use us as leverage to achieve their ends. But there's a flaw in their plan. A flaw that fills my stomach with acid and burns the back of my throat. King Arius will soon return to the oasis with reinforcements, but I doubt he would negotiate for our safe return. Even if Prince Kevon pleaded with his father for our lives, his experience with Gemini proves how little sway he has over his parents' decision-making. Where are you taking us? Asks a noble with long ringlets, sitting in the first row with Ingrid. I'm sure she's Constance Sprite, who got the second highest votes. The woman on the left pokes Constance with the muzzle of her gun. The next person who speaks or rises from her seat will get shot. Is that understood? Nobody replies. Good. The smirk in our captor's voice makes me cringe. Her companion lowers herself into the driver's seat and fires up the engine. I lean forward, place my head on the backrest in front, and massage my pounding temples. The vehicle speeds down the road toward our unknown destination, and I breathe harsh, ragged breaths. A worst-case scenario flashes before my eyes. all the girls filthy and hungry and huddled together in an underground bunker as our captors film footage of our misery. Trepidation tingles up my spine and settles around my tightening throat. They might even execute a few of us on camera to prove that they are serious about their demands, but it won't work. Maybe King Arius will make concessions for Ingrid, Constance, and the other noble girls, but I doubt he will value the lives of the harvesters. Across the aisle, a pair of nobles weep into their hands, and the corset around my bodice constricts my chest and steals my capacity to breathe. I force shallow breaths in and out of my lungs, but it's not enough, and sweat gathers on my brow. If the events of the ballroom were broadcasted live across Fangloria, Dad will know the harvesters will be the first to get slaughtered. He'll prepare himself for the worst, but Mom will remain optimistic until the end. "We're going to die," I whisper. "You're only working that out now, genius," Berta whispers back. With a flash of annoyance, I twist around in my seat and scowl. "Will you shut up for a minute?" Berta's lips tighten. Red rims her eyes, and dark smudges of makeup mar her skin from having wiped them without care. Despite the sarcasm, Berta is just as frightened as Emera, who won't stop wailing at the back. Leaning close, I whisper, "If we don't do something, the underdog and bucking bronco will be the first to die." "That's not how Armstradi games work," she whispers back. I shake my head. We're not safe. Mouse had given me a cryptic warning that something was going to happen. He might have been serious earlier about wanting to protect me, or he might be watching us from a camera somewhere and laughing that I didn't take up his offer. He was a creep, and I don't care. Besides, Berta never heard Ambassador Pascal lament on how dependent Fangloria had made his country by supplying food whose seeds couldn't germinate in Armstradi soil. The princess trials might have been a game, but this violence is real. If we're going to survive, the only person I can rely on in this hijacked vehicle is Berta. "There's a gun under Prince Kevon's seat," I say. "It rolled there when they told him to drop it." Berta's brows draw together. "So? I'm going to get it." She shakes her head. "It won't work." "Because I'm a bumpkin who can't handle a gun?" I snap. "Don't you think that rabble knew the prince dropped his weapon?" Berta snaps back. "Unless your prince are authorized, no automatic weapons will work for you." My heart sinks, and my shoulders droop. "Oh, any other bright ideas?" she snarls. "I can't wait for the little harvester girl to save the day." Irritation bristles across my skin. It's partially because of Berta's misplaced anger, and partly because she's right. Despite all the training I did with the Red Runners, I didn't even manage to land a single blow. I turn to the front, where the vehicle moves up a slight gradient. It feels like we might soon resurface. One of the noble girls sitting across from Ingrid and Constance turns around at the same time. Tears streak her face, and the sleeve of her dress hangs in tatters. She dips her head and sniffles. A glance around to the back of the bus tells me that the other girls are faring about the same. The only person not silently weeping is Ingrid, who sits in the front and folds her arms. I rub my chin. Is she just calm under pressure, or did Mouse say something to her as well? I shake off those thoughts. If she knew about the attack, she would never have gotten on the bus. My gaze lands on the lights flashing on the women's collars. If they're linked to a device like a health monitor, maybe we have a chance. I twist around to face Berta, who rests her head against the window with her eyes closed. "Hey," I whisper. "What?" she whispers back. "Are there any sources of electricity on this bus?" She glares at me out of the corner of her eye. "This isn't a cross-country luxury stagecoach." "Answer the question," I snap. Berta blows out a long, weary breath, turns from the window, and her shoulders slump forward in the bored posture the twins make whenever they have to tidy up after themselves. She places her large hand on the armrest between our seats and flips up the cushion, revealing an electronic console. "These are for charging our portable net faces," Do you have one? I ask. Mine got confiscated before they press-ganged me into the princess trials. She leans down and frowns. If you're trying to send a message, I need enough power to electrocute those women. Something flashes in her pale eyes. I hope it's an idea, and not a new way to tell me that nothing I suggest will work. She taps the socket and whispers, "Gadget chargers aren't like the refrigerators. They always use kinetic batteries that run on the engine's movement. That way it doesn't drain any of the power that should go to the vehicle. Can I take it out?" Her brows lower into a deep V. "Tell me your plan first." I whisper an idea based on the assassination of Rafaela von Eyck. If I can overload whatever's behind those flashing lights on our captives' collars, I can disable them long enough for us to run and get help. Berta nods throughout my explanation. "Wait until they resurface the vehicle." "Why?" I whisper. She points at the window into the darkness streaked by the occasional electric light. "Access to these underground passages are restricted. If we attack now, we'd never get through to the surface by ourselves. Once we're out in the streets, we can make a run for it on foot." Berta raises her unadorned wrist, and I give her a sharp nod. Without the cuffs, it won't be so easy to track us through the oasis. While Berta eases open the workings of the console with a hairpin, I tap my fingernails on the plastic armrest to disguise the sound of scratching. The slope we're driving through becomes steeper, making me lean back into the seat. A clang of metal rings through my ears, and Berta curses under her breath. I lean forward and cough. "Do you mind?" snaps the noble girl from across the aisle. "No one wants your foundling germs." The woman at the front twists around and fires a shot into the ceiling. "No talking!" Screams fill the air, and the gun woman yells at everyone to be quiet. I duck, expecting bits of debris to rain down on our heads, but the plastic remains intact. When I glance over my shoulder at Berta, the plastic casing from the console rests on her lap, and she pulls out a thick wire attached to a metal box. "Is that it?" I lean close so I can hear her reply over the screams and shouts. 1 minute. She hooks her fingernails under a plastic connector and yanks it off the cable, revealing 2 wires. "How do I use the electricity?" Berta flips a switch. "It's live now, but the voltage is low. You won't disable her unless you combine your attack with a few sucker punches." Light streams through the windows and fills the vehicle's interior. We're on a floodlit highway that stretches across what appears to be the foot of a mountain. I turn around to find a tall wall of electrical masts linked with tight rows of barbed wire. "This isn't the oasis," I mutter. "We've just passed the wall that separates the Harvester region from the Barrens," Berta moans. "This is the road that leads to the Great Wall's north gate. They're taking us out of Fangloria." Panic spasms through my chest. There's toxic wasteland on the outside, wild men, and creatures mutated by radiation. The Great Wall filters the worst of the sandstorms, and its filters remove pollution from the air. Without them, we would choke within minutes. My gaze flicks to the 2 women sitting at the driver's seat. Now I know why they're wearing gas masks. "Where do you think they'll go?" Berta winces. "They might be taking us to the aerodrome, which is a mile outside the Great Wall." "That's even worse." I twist around and glance further down the vehicle. A few rows back, the Guardian girls sit in their seats with ashen faces, looking like they've already guessed our fate. My mind brings up Ambassador Pascal's rant about having to travel through hordes of wild men to get to Fangloria. I don't know which is worse, facing what's out there, or being flown on an airship across the continent to the Armstrad Republic. Shaking off those thoughts, I reach down to put the little refrigerator between the seats in front and pull out a bottle of water. My hands are so clammy they slip over its cap, so I place the lid between my teeth and twist. Berta gives me an approving nod. I drink half the contents of the bottle, letting the cold liquid slide down my throat. It cools my nerves and leaves me calm as a cornfield on a still day. My heartbeat slows, and all traces of panic evaporate into the ether. I snatch the bottle from my lips and read a label that says, "Calm." A laugh huffs from my throat. When will I ever learn that water is seldom ever water? But this time, I don't mind. This time, I need all the help I can get. The second woman rises from her seat and walks down the aisle. It's hard to see her features through the visor of her helmet, but I'm sure this is the dark-skinned Armstradi girl who was first to emerge at the beginning of this interim round. She turns her head from side to side, seeming to watch our faces, but there's probably a camera somewhere in the visor that's recording our every expression. When she reaches the back seat, where Emera still cowers on Vitalot's lap, I fill my mouth with water and wait. My heart pounds, as hard as the pulse booming through my eardrums, but at least it's slowing. My fingers tremble over the metal box I hide in the folds of my voluminous skirt. My throat spasms in time with the woman's approaching footsteps. As she passes, I leap out of my seat, spit a mouthful of water on her flashing lights, and stick the wires into her collar. With a loud snap, sparks fly from the device, sending a stinging jolt through my fingers and down my arm. Ow! I snatch my hand away and step back, but the woman twists and elbows me on the side of my face. Pain explodes across my cheekbone, and I fall onto my back. Smoke billows out from the woman's collar. She turns around and points her gun in my face. I kick her feet, but Berta rears up and rams her shoulder against the woman's middle. "Get down, girls!" Berta yells. Everybody screams. The woman stumbles back, but it's not enough to make her fall. She points her gun in the air and sprays the ceiling with bullets as Berta pummels her with massive fists. "Stop!" The driver slams on the brakes and the gunwoman staggers several steps down the aisle, now with enough space to shoot Berta. The woman's entire collar is on fire, and black smoke streams toward the ceiling. She screams even louder than the girls and tries to douse the flames with the hand not holding the gun. Berta ducks behind the seats, leaving the woman and me alone on the aisle. I scramble onto my hands and knees, and hot smoke sears the scent of melting plastic and burned flesh into my nostrils. Gagging on the thick air that dries my throat, I wrap my hands around the burning woman's arm and point her gun at the driver. She struggles, but I'm not the one being asphyxiated with a helmet full of smoke. Flames spread down her back as we wrestle over control of the gun. The side of my face heats, and pieces of molten plastic drop onto my arm. She shoulders me in the throat with the arm holding the weapon, and I fall back onto the side of the seat. Someone kicks me in the side, one of the ungrateful nobles probably, and I use the momentum to shove the other woman onto her knees. The gun falls to the floor. I snatch the weapon, point it at the driver, and shoot. Rice lets us practice with guns during Red Runner training sessions, but never with live ammunition. He says we can't risk the sound of gunfire attracting informers or guards. Until today, I had no idea if I was an accurate shooter, or if it was just like using a blow dart. I also never fully understood what it meant to shoot a bullet into a living person. Sparks burst from the driver's throat, and she falls with a thud. Behind me, Berta stamps on the burning woman, dousing her flames. Ingrid shoots out of her seat. "What did you do that for? She's dead! Are you working with them?" I point my gun at Ingrid. She flinches. "No, but I'm beginning to think that you are." "What? How does a tomato picker know so much hand-to-hand combat?" She glances from left to right at the other noble girls. "Or know how to shoot a gun with pinpoint accuracy." Another noble girl stands. I've never spoken to her before, but her eyes burn with loathing. "Why would a girl from a community of people who cover themselves from neck to ankle parade herself naked in front of the prince?" "That footage was faked," I shout. "No." Ingrid ducks beneath her seat and emerges with Prince Kevon's gun. "Everything about your joining the princess trials was suspicious, starting from your juvenile record. What about her friendship with the Armstrad ambassador? shouts someone in the middle of the vehicle, I'm convinced is one of the guardians. They would have sent her back to the Barrens if it wasn't for him. My nostrils flare, and my gaze darts from side to side at a sea of hostile female faces. Of all the times to dredge up wild speculations, why are they choosing the middle of an invasion? Ingrid's lips twist into a smirk, and malice glitters in her eyes. Zia Mays Calico, I find you guilty of high treason, and I sentence you to death. Chapter 27. At Ingrid's words, a cold fury seeps through my veins. I glance down the aisles from girl to girl, looking for someone, anyone to speak in my defense, but they're all silent. My jaws clench, and the pounding between my ears drowns out the sounds of the girls' chatter. You don't have the authority to sentence anyone, I say. Ingrid tilts her head to the side and smirks. In the event of a hostile invasion or an uprising and the death or incapacitation of the monarchy, members of the noble echelon must protect Fangloria at all costs. It sounds like she's reciting a law, but it's either paraphrased or a complete fabrication. Another noble girl nods in silent confirmation, and sweat beads on my brow. Ingrid wants me to be out of the princess trials by any means. But the others? I just saved their worthless carcasses. How dare they stay silent and let this lying noble twist events to make me look like a traitor? She stretches out the hand, not holding Queen Damascena's gun. Give me that weapon. Why? I ask through clenched teeth. How do we know you won't turn on us next? Are you crazy? I hiss. They were going to take us beyond the Great Wall and maybe to Armstrad. I had to do something to stop them. And you endangered our lives in the process. Ingrid points her gun at my chest. One of us could have gotten shot during that little scuffle. I inhale a sharp breath and straighten my features. She's right, but I would rather die from a bullet than leave Fangloria. A large hand lands on my shoulder. I flinch, but it's only Berta. Of all the ungrateful wenches, she snarls. Calico just saved your pampered behinds, and this is how you repay her? Ingrid sniffs. From where I was sitting, it looked like you were the one doing all the work. She points the rifle at my feet. Surrender that firearm, and I'll consider reducing your sentence of treason to reckless endangerment. Why don't you surrender yours? I snarl. Straub can't fire that gun, says Berta. She doesn't have the clearance. Ingrid's lips pinch. You know nothing about the noble echelon. I'm the great-granddaughter of King Fallon. If Fangloria maintained an extended monarchy, I would be the daughter of a duke. She raises her gun's muzzle into the air. And as such, my fingerprints are in the database of personnel authorized to use emergency royal weapons. She fires a shot into the ceiling, and all the blood drains from my face. Constance steps beside Ingrid and smirks, as do the other two nobles from the front seats. The echo fades, leaving the kind of tense silence, the stomach-churning trepidation I've only ever experienced before a whipping. My fingers tighten around the gun. I can't release it. Last night, some of the girls in this vehicle gassed my room, and one of them tied a noose around my neck. If the attempted murderer was Ingrid, relinquishing my only means of protection would be suicide. We've got to drive away from here, I say, particularly to change the subject, but mostly because it's true. The Armstradi have probably dispatched a fleet of hijackers after us. Constance shakes her head. That may be so, but I don't feel comfortable in a vehicle with a murderer. Get out then, mutters Berta. Ridgeback is right, says Ingrid. We should all leave this secure vehicle and wander around the barrens in the middle of the night just to please one selfish, murdering rebel who cheated her way into the princess trials. The girls behind us shout their protests, and my skin prickles with irritation. They were fine with Ingrid pointing a gun at me after I disabled our hijackers. fine with Ingrid calling me a traitor, but the moment they need to rise from their comfortable seats, I twist around and shoot them my filthiest glare. "Silence," Ingrid snaps. "We might have discarded our Armstradi monitors, but the vehicles are tracked. Our next best chance of survival is traveling on foot to the nearest watchtower." "Why can't we just drive there?" Emerald whines from the back. "Because I'm not going to stay in a confined space with that maniac and her gun," Ingrid yells. Emera sobs. "Then let her get off the bus." My free hand curls into a fist. So much for Harvester sisterhood. I want to fly down the aisle and ram my fist down Emera's throat. Ingrid's eyes shine like lit coals. "You heard your echelon. Get out." "Wait," I shout. "You can't." She fires a shot that lands an inch away from my feet. "The next one won't miss." "Straub," Berta bellows. "What are you—" Ingrid raises her gun to a point above my shoulder. "Quiet, or you'll be next." "All right," I yell, "but lower the gun first." Berta shoves past me toward the front. "They'll probably turf me to the side unless I'm driving this thing." When she settles into the driver's seat, she turns to me, but doesn't meet my eyes. "It's nothing personal. When we reach the watchtower, I'll ask them to send a search party." Bitterness coats the back of my throat, but I don't speak. I don't cry, complain, or rant. It's what the nobles want, an excuse to shoot me. Ingrid and Constance's gleeful smiles convince me that they were the girls who gassed my room last night. Pointing my gun at Ingrid's chest, I edge around the driver's body toward the exit. If she shoots me, I'll blast her through the heart on the way down. The door hisses open, bringing with it a gust of balsam-scented air. Normally, the smell of tree resin soothes my senses, but right now it grates on my sinuses. I reach the top of the stairs and take a final look down the aisle. Dozens of faces stare out at me from the rows and rows of seats. Most are frightened, but some are defiant. Emera sits proudly in the middle of the back with a face gleaming with sick triumph. Not daring to turn my back on the nobles, I grope behind me for the handrail. "The next time someone tries to abduct any of you, I'll let them do what they want." Ingrid places a hand over her mouth and mimics a yawn. "Get out, before I fill you with bullets." I clutch the metal rail with my free hand and take my first backward step down the vehicle's stairs. Ingrid turns to me and winks. She probably knows that she's landed me in the worst trouble of my life. Mom told me all about life in the Barrens. The electrified fence that separates that part of Fangloria from the echelons isn't just to keep out the foundlings. It's to contain deadly creatures, including black bears, great wolves, and rattlesnakes. A few steps later, my feet hit the ground. The doors hiss closed, and the vehicle continues down the floodlit highway that stretches for miles. "Thanks for nothing," I mutter to the vehicle's retreating backlights. I tilt my head to a cloudless sky littered with stars, and a sigh slips from my lips. Which way should I go? To my left is a steep slope covered in scrub, and the occasional umbrella-shaped tree. I can't tell how deep the mountain goes, but a fire flickers about half a mile down, streaming smoke up to the sky. A shiver travels down my spine. I pick up my voluminous skirts and rush to the other side of the road, where the ground slopes up at an even sharper angle. There's less of a chance of being seen by whoever has started that fire. I walk back toward the oasis. If I hide close to the electric fence, I'll be able to slip through the gate when the Freedom Army sends vehicles after the girls. Leaves rustle overhead. A screech fills my ears, then the frantic beat of wings. My heart pulses, and I spin around. The largest bird I've ever seen launches itself into the sky and soars above the valley. But further down the road, the vehicle's brake lights glow red before it reverses toward me. Relief loosens the tension around my chest, and I cross the road. Did Ingrid run out of bullets, or Berta change her mind about leaving me alone in the Barrens? I stand at the roadside, with my feet planted at hip width in case I need to duck. My gun rests in my hand at chest height in case I need to shoot. The armored personnel carrier speeds toward me, and I step back in case I need to dive out of the way. It stops 10 feet ahead from where I'm standing, and the doors open. "Hello?" I shout. Nobody answers. "Hey!" When there's still no answer, I gulp. That woman I set on fire wasn't dead. What if she released toxic gas into the bus and made everyone fall asleep? Or worse, killed them? I place my finger on the trigger and take a tentative step toward the open door. It's a stupid move. Those girls left me alone to fester in the barrens, not knowing if I would get attacked by any of the dangerous creatures lurking in the dark, and not caring that the reinforcements would be rushing to avenge my attack on their comrades. I should run down into the trees, but the notion of encountering whoever started that fire down the mountain scares me more than a furious Armstrong soldier wanting to shoot me in the face. I glance up at the window, and the pale face of an artisan girl stares back. It's the pink-haired girl who excelled in Mistress Pavon's class. I search her expression for clues, such as the barest shake of her head, but she only leans forward and nods. The noble girl who sat across the aisle from me pokes her head out of the door and scowls. "Are you coming? Or should we leave you to become the bride of a two-headed foundling?" My shoulders relax, and I quicken my steps. "Fine." She pokes her head back into the vehicle. Just as I reach the door, she ducks, revealing Constance Sprite with a pistol held in both hands. A gunshot rings through the air. I leap aside, but intense heat sears my left shoulder. With a pained hiss, I fall backward and roll down the mountainside amid a rain of gunfire. Clouds of dry earth fill my mouth and eyes and throat as I tumble toward the source of the fire. I grab at desiccated undergrowth to slow my descent, but only uproot the plants. My head slams into the side of a tree trunk, sending a shock of pain across my skull. I scramble around the shelter on my hands and knees and sit at its base. Somehow I manage to hold on to the gun, but my hands shake too much for it to be of any use. Everything aches. I'm sure I've knocked my shoulder out of joint, but the pain is nothing compared to the bullet wound. Breathing hard, I raise my trembling fingers to the injury and snatch them away. Right now, the best thing I can do for myself is to leave it alone. There's no telling how long I can survive if I catch an infection or get blood poisoning. "Zia Mays Popcorn," shouts Ingrid's taunting voice. "Where are you?" I clench my teeth, wondering what kind of idiot she thinks I would be to answer. "We took a vote," she says. "Should we return to save you, or should we return to eliminate you from the princess trials?" My shoulder wound has a pulse of its own that pounds in sync with my rapid heart. I lean against the trunk and breathe through the pain. Why on earth would she concern herself about the trials with Prince Kevon taken prisoner? "Guess what?" She pauses. "The majority wanted you dead." I shake my head. If I ever got Ingrid alone. "We've found a cache of weapons," she says with a giggle. "When King Arius arrives to rescue us, we'll tell him that you fought bravely to save our lives, but the hijackers were merciless and took out their frustration on your poor harvester body." The most powerful flashlight I've ever seen shines down the mountainside and illuminates my tree. A tight fist of panic squeezes my chest, and I regret every decision I've made since Mouse offered to keep me safe. Damn it! I clutch the side of the trunk and pull myself up. The light swings to the left, toward the source of the fire, and I run right down the slope. The earth is dry and erodes under my feet, but I stumble in the semi-darkness for a better hiding place. "Bring me popcorn, alive or dead," Ingrid's voice booms through a loudspeaker. I shake off the terror that prickles down my spine. No one authorized to use royal weapons would leave the safety of the vehicle to come after me, not even Ingrid Straub. The announcement is designed to make me panic, stumble through the wilderness, and fall to my death. "There she is!" someone shouts. Footsteps pound down the mountainside. Maybe an animal darted across the flashlight's beam because the girls are going in the wrong direction. Excited cries fill the air, along with the shots of at least 3 different guns. My hands curl into fists. Ingrid wasn't joking about having found more weapons. If every noble has descended from some dead Fenglorian king, I'm in a whole stack of trouble. The slope flattens, and the ground no longer sprays out clouds of dust with each step. I continue through a copse of tall, thin trees, whose dry leaves crunch underfoot. The sharp menthol scent of eucalyptus clears my head and brings the throbbing pain of my shoulder into sharp focus. Every crunching footstep, every snap of a twig or piece of dried bark sends prickles of alarm across my skin. At this rate, the girls will hear me and know which way to point their guns. Up ahead, a huge white tree reflects in the moonlight. It's not as big as the persimmon tree in Ragosa, and its branches aren't as thick, but they might support my weight. It looks like a dozen trunks have grown close together to form a single tree whose roots snake across the ground. But I doubt that any of these nobles can climb as high as me in their slippers and gowns. I sprint to the base of the tree and run up a prominent root that's over a foot in width. As I reach for the trunk, a large hand grabs the back of my neck and flings me to the ground. My stomach lurches. I land on my hands and knees and turn around to meet the black eyes of my attacker. This is no noble, or Armstradi, or any competitor in the princess trials. His head is as broad as his shoulders, with bulging eyes, a bridgeless nose, and ears that recess into the front of his face. A new wave of terror turns my skin cold. I've never seen anything like him. The foundling flips me onto my back and pins me down by the shoulders. Pain sears up the left side of my neck, down my forearm, and into my heart. I clench my teeth against the onslaught and jerk my head away from the sight. "Noble," he hisses. "Harvester," I say. "I'm a harvester." "Lies!" His spittle sprays across my cheek, and my stomach ripples with disgust. I shake my head from side to side. "Nobles are back there, trying to kill me. That's why you heard gunshots. I'm just trying to run away." "Why do they want you dead?" he says with a sneer that makes me think he still considers me a noble. "They hate me." I swallow hard. What I'm about to say will probably condemn me, but there's no blood flowing to my brain. My heart is jumping to the back of my throat, and my flesh is trying to crawl off my bones. "We're all in the princess trials." "Princess trials?" he roars. "You're one of them." "I'm a Red Runner, a spy." He pauses. "What?" "Do you know them?" I whisper. The man gives me a hesitant nod. "Who leads your cell?" "We don't give out that information," I say through clenched teeth. One of the conditions for joining was never to reveal the details of those in my cell. I've already gone far enough by admitting to be a rebel. Let's just say I'm associated with someone desperate for justice after the unfair slaughter of a harvester male. He releases the weight from my shoulders and sits back on his heels. "All right, then. I'll let you go." The man's rib cage stretches down to his ragged pants. It's barrel-shaped, with dimpled, breast-like deposits of fat in the space between each rib. A shudder runs down my spine, and I press my lips together. I hate that the noble's obsession with genetic perfection has poisoned my mind. This man can't help the way he looks. My gaze wanders to the quiver on his hip, and I raise my gun. "Do you want a swap?" He glances down at his quiver. "Do you know how to use a blowgun?" "My mom taught me how to shoot." I sit up and shake the dust out of my hair. Pain shoots out from my shoulder wound at the movement, so I let my right arm flop to the ground. "It's a skill she learned while growing up in the Barrens." He steps back and sweeps his gaze down my form. "My sister was genetically perfect, like you." "What happened to her?" Frowning, I peer up at the man. After I was born, she stopped visiting, he says. My lips part, but no sound comes out. She might have rejected her family because of her brother's birth defects, but the guardians also might have done something sinister to prevent her from birthing a child like him. What kind of poison do you use in your darts? He holds out a completely normal hand. Instead of letting him help me up, I struggle to my feet. Mandragon berries. What's in yours? He hesitates for a moment, and I don't know if I've hurt his feelings. An apology rises to my lips when he says, The venom of a golden frog. A dart is strong enough to take down a 100-pound pronghorn. Does it kill humans? The first will paralyze a man, and a second will stop his heart. He unties the fabric attaching his quiver to his waist and hands me the entire bundle. As I offer him the gun, an animal roars in the distance. The girls shriek. Gunshots echo across the mountainside. They'll be heading this way. He takes the gun and tucks it into a side pocket of his pants. Are you ready? I swallow hard. Can I borrow your dagger? His thick brows form a deep V, but he hands me the blade and stands back. Sending a silent apology to the Thymel siblings, I tear the fabric of my skirt and bundle my outer petticoat into a shape about the same size as a human torso. The man watches my back as I climb the tree and place it on a high branch, where I spot the perfect hiding place, a giant eucalyptus with rainbow-colored bark, 100 feet away. I jump down from the tree and offer him my hand. Thanks. This way I can protect myself without killing any of the girls. The man stares down at my palm, and his hand twitches toward mine. He raises his head and meets my eyes. Maybe we'll meet again when the revolution comes. My name is Firkin. I wrap my fingers around his hand and squeeze. I'd like that a lot. Please call me Zia. He nods and darts away, while I scale the eucalyptus tree and settle onto a high branch. My heart pumps with anticipation, and I take a deep breath, letting the strong menthol fill my nostrils. The wound on my shoulder pounds, but the pain sharpens my resolve. As soon as Firkin disappears into a thicket of eucalyptus trees, I load the first dart into the blowgun, throw my head back, and scream. Pinpricks of light approach from the distance. I lie flat on the thick branch and wait. The first girl to arrive holds a flashlight as long as her forearm. She sprints past my tree and pauses at the scraps of fabric I left on one of the white eucalyptus tree's roots. From her blonde hair, which glows silver in the moonlight, and her golden dress, it can only be Emera. She pants, like a golden retriever that guards sometimes bring to Ragosa to sniff out alcohol stills, and tilts her head up. She's up there. Emera's voice is breathy with excitement. My resolve falters. I expected the nobles to hunt me, along with maybe even the guardians and the artisans, but another harvester, and one from my village? I clench my teeth and correct my aim. Emera chose her side, and I will show her as much mercy as she has shown me. Where? Constance rushes to the white tree. I glance around for signs of Ingrid, but she's not there. Emera points up at the branch. That's her gown! The noble girl who sat across from me in the personnel carrier points her rifle up in the trees. Its built-in flashlight illuminates the blue of my gown. That's her. I fill my lungs with air, point the blowpipe at Constance's arm, and exhale a sharp breath. In the blink of an eye, Constance drops the gun and falls. Emera jumps back and presses a hand to her chest. What happened? The other noble points her rifle at the ground. A rattlesnake? What? Emera staggers back. I load another dart into the blowpipe and aim at the girl with the rifle. She falls just as easily as Constance. Oh no. Emera turns in a circle and howls. I reload and watch the other girl from my vantage point. Emera aims her flashlight at the ground, looking for an imaginary rattlesnake. She screams the girls' names, but neither of them move. I place my lips around the blowpipe and pause. There's no doubt why she's here. Emera wanted to watch me die. She deserves to lie paralyzed and vulnerable to the predators that lurk on the mountainside. But I can't bring myself to shoot at another harvester girl. Footsteps approach from the other direction. I peer down to find a short-haired figure wearing thick goggles standing under my tree's canopy, with a gun pointed at my branch. "Can't you recognize a decoy, you idiots?" shouts Ingrid. "She's hiding in this tree." Chapter 28. A spike of adrenaline pierces my heart, and I clutch at the blowpipe. Even with the nighttime goggles, Ingrid shouldn't be able to see me in the tree. The branch is thick enough to conceal my entire body. Slowing my breath, I place my palm on the bark, ready to jump in case she's not bluffing. "Mistress Staub," says Emira's whining voice. "Zia Mays is over here. Look." The back of my throat burns with hatred for the girl who is determined to have me killed. Ingrid's footsteps crunch on dried leaves as she passes, but it's too soon to feel relieved. I peer down the side, watching her walk backward toward Emira with her gun pointed at where I'm hiding. My fingers tremble over the blowgun, and my muscles tense. Rice once explained to us that guards use heat sensors to detect illegal distilleries and gatherings of large groups. It's one of the reasons why red runner cells are so small. If Ingrid is sensing my body heat, no amount of hiding will keep me safe. "What happened to Constance and Paris?" she asks, still keeping her gun trained on my tree. "Rattlesnakes." Emira's voice shakes. "Did you hear them rattle?" Ingrid's voice hardens. Emira doesn't answer. "Check their bodies for bite marks. See if they're still alive." "But what if the snake is—" "Do it!" Ingrid snaps. Emira whimpers but remains silent. I can't see her from this angle, but I'm praying to Gaia, Uranus, and whoever might be listening, that Emira is too terrified to notice the poisoned darts sticking out of the fallen nobles. Finding the poisoned darts means that I'm not just a frightened harvester girl hiding in a tree. It means that I have a means of protecting myself and need to be shot before I attack. "What's this?" says Emira. My stomach plummets, and a silent groan escapes my lips. Ingrid laughs. It's a wicked, rattling sound that makes Emira force a nervous giggle. I press my blowgun to my lips, but I can't move to get a clear shot without exposing myself. Ingrid steps out of range, and gunshots fill the air. The tree trunk I'm using as cover blocks my decoy, but I see pieces of torn fabric floating down. "Did you direct the other girls to this tree to help your friend?" asks Ingrid. Emira moans an incoherent and gibbering denial. "I should fill you with bullets," Ingrid snarls. "Because of your stupidity, Constance and Paris are probably dead. Go and fetch someone to carry these girls back to the personnel carrier." "Who?" says Emira. "Do you want a dead body to match your brain?" Ingrid roars. Emira shrieks, and the sound of her rushing footsteps echo across the mountainside. If I wasn't stuck up this branch, like a cat waiting out a horde of rabid dogs, I would smile. I can't, because Ingrid makes her way back to my tree. "I'm going to enjoy killing you, Zia Mays Popcorn," she says in a sing-song voice that makes the hairs on the back of my neck rise. "It'll be like hunting a foundling, only instead of ridding Fangloria of a scourge that should be left to the wild men, I'll get the crown." She shoots a bullet into my tree, and I flinch. "What's wrong?" Ingrid says in a taunting melody. "Do you think if you lie on that branch still enough that you might fool me? I can see how all the heat has left your extremities and is pooling around your frantic heart. Riling you up is more exciting than chasing prey." Disgust ripples through my insides. The girl is as vicious as a border guard and twice as insane. Before I can stop myself, I say, "How many girls have you killed?" "Not as many as you," she replies with a laugh. "At least I killed that hijacker out of self-defense." I lean to the side, trying to get a clear shot of her, but she steps out of range, leaving a glimpse of her silver gown. "It's nothing like how you murdered Rafaela von Eyck." "No," says Ingrid, in the kind of tone people use for small children. "You killed Rafaela to break Prince Kevon's heart, so you could stitch it together with your lurid, naked self. How many times do I have to tell you that was—" A gunshot cuts off my words. I dart behind the massive trunk, my pulse quickening. Sweat moistens my fingers, and I have to wipe my hand on a petticoat so the blowgun doesn't slip. Either Ingrid believes Prunella Broadleaf's ridiculous lies, or she's reconstructed events in her mind to justify my murder. "Zia," says a male voice. "Are you all—" "What's that?" Ingrid shoots a round of bullets, and a heavy body thumps to the ground. She stops shooting and shrieks, "Oh my Gaia! Oh my Gaia! I've never seen anything so horrible!" A bolt of cold shock hits me in the gut, followed by a flash of hot anger. She killed Firkin. She shot down an innocent man because he looked different. I wrap my lips around the blowpipe, tilt my body sideways, and aim the barrel of my weapon where Ingrid staggers into range, still screaming at Firkin's dead body. Every ounce of my rage channels into an exhale, and the dart hits her in the neck. In the blink of an eye, Ingrid falls. I scramble off the branch, fall into a low crouch, and stumble to Firkin's side, my heart shattering with every step. The foundling lies on the forest floor, on a pile of leaf litter, a few feet away from the fallen girls. Dozens of dark bullet wounds tear open his chest, and blood flows from a hole in his short neck. He's not moving, or breathing, or showing any signs of life, but his bulging eyes stare lifelessly into the sky. Firkin! The crushing feeling in my heart spreads across my chest and up my throat. An apology would be inadequate. He returned because of me, and now he's dead. She won't get away with this, I swear. I turn my gaze to Ingrid, who lies on the ground like a sleeping beauty. 1 dart will paralyze a human. 2 will stop their heart. I walk to Ingrid's side and crouch. Slumber smooths her pinched features, and her face radiates serene innocence. Revulsion swirls through my insides. Why does the Council of Ministers favor this deranged creature? I reach into my quiver and pull out a dart. You and I both know that if I showed you mercy, you'd see that as a weakness, I say, my voice full of bitter tears. As soon as you wake, you'll point that gun at me and shoot. A hand wraps around my wrist. With a yelp, I turn to meet the confused eyes of Berta. "What are you doing with that thing?" She raises my arm and squints at what's in my hand. "Are those poisoned darts?" Ingrid just shot an innocent man to death. She wrinkles her nose at Firkin's dead body. "So, you murdered Straub for putting a mutant out of his misery?" I pull my arm away, but her grip is too strong. "You didn't hear her boast about hunting them in the mountains?" Berta drags me to my feet. "He probably went rogue and escaped from the camps. They all know when we let them through the Great Wall that the sentence for disobedience and becoming a nuisance is death." She places her hands on my shoulders and gives me a hard shake. "That Hull girl from your town says a rattlesnake killed Sprite and Canone, but it was your darts." "They're paralyzed, not dead," I say. "It will wear off soon enough." Berta kicks at Ingrid's side. "What about Straub?" "Same." "Right then." "What?" I ask. She glances to the side and frowns. The gesture reminds me of how she couldn't make eye contact earlier when she stepped into the driver's seat. "Straub told everyone that the Chamber of Ministers promised her the crown. The Princess Trials was just a farce, to make the echelons feel like they had a chance, you know?" "Right." I step back, wondering why Berta is telling me something I already know. Straub also said that whoever kills you will become her lady-at-arms. Before I can react, Berta slams her head into my face. Pain explodes in my nose and spreads across my skull. My head snaps back so fast it jerks forward again, and she wraps her hand around my neck. My eyes water, and blood flows down from my nostrils into my mouth. Shock numbs my body, steals the movement from my limbs, only fading when Berta squeezes my neck and cuts off my air. "Why?" I croak. "Didn't anyone ever tell you?" She punches me so hard across the face, I stagger and smash my side against the white eucalyptus tree. "You can murder and scheme all you want, parade yourself naked in front of the whole of Fangloria, but girls like us never get the handsome prince." Berta knees me in the gut, and an eruption of pain makes my knees buckle. I land on my knees and heave the contents of my stomach onto the ground. Berta picks up Ingrid's gun and points it at my head. "This isn't personal, Calico." A rush of self-preservation helps me stagger to my feet. She pulls the trigger. Nothing happens. Berta huffs out a noisy breath. "Well, that was dumb." Her gaze drops down to my right hand and switches to the left. "Where's that gun you took from the driver?" My vision blurs. My head pounds. I step back toward Firkin's corpse, where I remember him placing the gun in his side pocket. If I can get to it before Berta, I might have a chance of surviving. "That's a foundling weapon." She points at the quiver attached to my hip. "Did it belong to that guy?" I take another step back and blink away the tears filling my eyes. My nose throbs to the tempo of my quickening pulse and won't stop spilling blood down my face. With another step, my foot brushes against his cooling corpse. "Never mind." She bends over the guardian girl. "Canone had a dagger somewhere." It's the quickest I've ever moved while in agony. I drop to my knees, slip my hand into Firkin's side pocket, and point the gun at Berta's back. I shoot, just as she turns to me with the dagger. Berta falls back and lands on the ground with a pained roar. I point the gun between her eyes. "How could you?" "What?" she says between clenched teeth. "Do you think because we took down a pair of hijackers together that we're suddenly best friends?" Rising to my feet, I try not to let my finger tremble. Berta helped me fight off attackers in a gas-filled room. She stopped me from getting blown to pieces by a bunny bomb and saved me from one of the hijackers. My lips press into a hard line. "Perhaps we weren't best friends," I say, with a voice thick with emotion. "But you were my biggest ally in the princess trials, until you decided to side with the nobles." She lets out a shaky laugh. "You don't know how these Armstradi games work, do you? People are only allies until it suits them. I kept you alive because you were a bigger target than me." My mouth falls open. I don't believe. "Wake up," Berta roars. "This is the Oasis, and we're in the biggest game of our lives. You treat it like we're traveling through a cornfield in the back of open-air wagons, singing songs of peace to the tune of a banjo." I swallow hard. There's no point in telling Berta I came to the Oasis on a mission. She would only laugh at my failure. My fingers tremble over the gun. "Go on, then," she says from between clenched teeth. "Shoot me." I bite down hard on the inside of my cheek, and rasping breaths fill my ears. Berta stares up at me from the ground, her eyes wild. Blood spreads through the pale fabric of her halter dress, making her resemble a tragic figure instead of a fallen warrior. She had looked so lovely tonight, performed so bravely, but her betrayal makes her ugly. "You can't do it," Berta laughs, and the sound reminds me of an ancient nature documentary about hyenas. "Deep down, you think we're friends. Ingrid would never make you her lady-at-arms." "Why?" she snarls. "Because I'm not stunning like Lady Cersei?" "Prince Kevon wants to marry for love, not form an alliance with someone like Ingrid, who sees him as a route to power. She's never going to be the queen. Berta bares her teeth. Maybe it's time I ingratiated myself with the ministers. Your death at my hands might elevate me beyond waste disposal. A cry forms in the back of my throat. And what will Prince Kevon do to you when he discovers you've murdered me? Stupid bumpkin, says Berta. You should have stayed in the Harvester region if you think life is a fairy tale. My finger hovers over the trigger. I don't know what to do. If my first shot had killed Berta, then that would have been self-defense. But I can't execute her, even though she would do the same to me. A tiny voice in the back of my head that sounds like Carolina's says that I was prepared to kill Ingrid, and that Berta is no different. I swallow hard around my aching throat. People like Berta support the regime that subjugates harvesters, but the lines between good and evil aren't so clear. Take Emera Hull. Before today, I would have dismissed her as an attention seeker, but still worth saving. But now I would group her with the nobles and their supporters. I won't be Berta's executioner, but I will fix things so that a maniac like Ingrid, who murders people for being different, never gets to rule Fangloria. Get up. I point the gun at her heart. And don't try anything. Her eyes widen. You're sparing me? Get up and get out of my sight. Berta rises to her feet and raises her palms. Her gaze falls on Ingrid's prone body. What are you going to do? Leave. I flick the gun toward the roadside. She takes a step back. If you kill Straub, they'll program every piece of surveillance equipment with your image and DNA. You'll have to spend the rest of your life in the barrens with wild animals and freaks like him. That's if you survive the hunting parties. What do you want me to do? I step toward Berta and point the gun at her neck. Lie down and die? A bullet whizzes past my ear, and I spin in the direction of the rainbow eucalyptus. Berta charges with a flying kick that sends the gun leaping out of my hand. The hidden shooter fires again, and Berta roars with new agony. I break into a run, zigging from left to right, using the trees as cover. Whoever is shooting has terrible aim, and I'm not giving her an easy target. Berta yells at the gunwoman to stop shooting, and I pick up my pace. Her ragged breaths and her heavy footsteps fill my ears, and terror ripples down my back. She was right. There's no such thing as an ally in the princess trials, only temporary alliances. I should have shot her when I had the chance. Now my only hope of survival is that she makes a bigger and slower target for the inept noble's gun. The mountainside descends at a sharp angle, and the canopy thickens, plunging me into darkness. I run through the pain, not knowing if this is a good or bad thing. The unseen noble might wear the same kind of heat-sensing goggles as Ingrid. Loose soil gives way under my feet until I'm slipping on my behind down the slope. Berta's footsteps also skid, and a boulder of dread drops into my stomach. I tuck my arms into my chest to quicken my fall. If she catches up with me, I can't let her strangle me with those huge hands. Later, moonlight floods the mountainside, and my leg catches on a rock, breaking my tumble. I stagger to my feet and glance over my shoulder, where Berta's huge figure rushes toward me. A knife glints in her raised hand, and panic spikes through my chest. I leap away. Stones come loose underfoot, and I land hard on my tailbone. Before I can process the pain, a rock slide pulls me down, scratching my arms raw. I move at an unstoppable, heart-wrenching pace, and Berta tumbles loudly behind. The ground gives way, and I fall into a huge cavern of dagger-sharp stalactites as tall as eucalyptus trees. Light shines from below, and a scream tears from my lips as I fall. Horror sharpens the pain of my every wound, and the fall seems to last forever. The bullet to the shoulder, the broken nose, bruised jaw, shattered cheekbone, and blisteringly deep scratches make my fragile nerves scream. I'm so broken that I can't even twist around to see what's beneath me. But if it's anything like the monstrosities that hang from the cavern's ceiling, it will be a quick but brutal death. My back lands with a hard smack on water, and I sink like a millstone in the freezing liquid. One hand breaks the water's surface, then another, and then my head. Water spills from my lips, and I release several hacking coughs. The cold numbs my wounds, cools my heated skin, and slows my pulse. Bright rectangular-shaped bulbs light this underground grotto, and the water stretches out for miles. I sip a mouthful of the liquid, and it's rainwater soft, just like the Smoky Water brand. Why are the nobles hoarding so much water when this could sustain all 500,000 citizens of Fangloria? I paddle toward a stone walkway. Did Firkin know he was living above such a treasure? Did Mom? I swim to the bank, aggravating the wound on my shoulder. She never mentioned it to me. This water has to stretch to the Great Wall and beyond. If it extends to beneath the oasis, then it has to pass through the Harvester region. A large splash turns my body cold. This can only be Berta. I swim as hard as I can to the water's edge and place my hands on the stone. My numb fingers can't get a purchase on the hard ground, so I fling my arms over the ledge and hook a leg over. Pain flares across my shoulder, making me cry out. As I haul myself onto land, Berta hooks her fingers into the back of my bodice and pulls me under the water. I thrash with my arms and legs, pound at her muscular forearms, but she's too strong. There's a yellow reptile, called a mazard, that camouflages itself in the cornfields. It sleeps during the day, and most people don't notice the creature because it's inert as stone. Dad says that if you go near it to investigate, the mazard rears up and poisons whoever disturbs it with sharp fangs. That's what I need to do. Berta isn't patient, and she has never credited me with much intelligence. If I play dead, she'll think I'm a weak harvester girl who couldn't stand up to her guardian might. I force my arms and legs to go limp and hold my breath. This has got to work. Berta continues holding me down, and in seconds, I realize the flaw in my plan. Her head is above water, and she can keep me under all night until she's 1,000% sure that I'm dead. My pulse reverberates through my skull. Pressure builds up in my lungs, and the back of my throat burns with the need for oxygen. I reach into the quiver, pull out one of Firkin's darts, let my hand drift up, and plunge it into her forearm. Berta flinches, but maintains her immovable grip. I clench my teeth and thrash. The water probably washed away most of the poison. When my lungs are about to force me to inhale, she releases my hair, and I flail through the freezing water with limbs too cold for speed. As I haul myself out of the water, something sharp pierces me between the ribs, and I collapse onto the hard ground. Berta falls back with a loud splash, and the edges of my vision go dark. I lie helpless on my side, rasping out choking breaths. My lung capacity dwindles, but I'm not sure that it's from nearly having drowned. Footsteps echo in my ears. A figure in black armor walks toward me. No matter how much I command my limbs to crawl away from the water, away from the approaching male, they won't move. I open my mouth, but no sound comes out. A tiny voice in the back of my mind says that Rice has come to rescue me, but I haven't heard from him since yesterday. Besides, he and Carolina probably think I switched to the other side. My only consolation is that I will die before the approaching man exacts vengeance for his fallen comrades. Chapter 29. Being stabbed in the back isn't as painful as I had imagined. After the shock of a blade cutting through my flesh, it's just a background pain that's no different to the bullet wound. Numbness seeps through the edges of my consciousness, and darkness races toward the center of my vision. I don't know if I accidentally scratched myself with one of Firkin's poisoned darts, but I can't move. It's only when large, gentle hands roll me onto my side and pain quickens through my wounds that I remember that I'm in the biggest danger of my life. The man's tone is sharp, but the roar of blood between my ears muffles his words. A groan pours from my lips. This has to be Colonel Mouse, or whatever he calls himself. I dismissed his warning and the offer of help, and now he's either here to punish me or to gloat. He places something heavy on both sides of my wound, dislodging something deep inside my body. I hiss through my teeth. Berta left the dagger in my back. Sorry. The word echoes across the cavern. For what feels like forever, the man tends to my injury under the instruction of a voice at the other end of a mechanical device. As he tears strips of material and packs it around my wound, I force my thoughts to drift. Did Carolina know she would be sending me into a nest of backstabbing sand snakes? My throat convulses. I doubt that even she could have predicted the princess trials taking such a violent turn. It was supposed to be a beauty pageant. But surely her spies in the oasis would have given her some kind of warning. I force rasping breaths in and out, but they only reach the tops of my lungs. What about Rice? Did Prunella Broadleaf publish that awful footage of Lady Circe dragging that girl out of a hospital room? My heart sinks. Maybe they have abandoned me after all. The man lifts me off the ground and cradles me to his chest. He's warm and strong and smells of antiseptic, but I'm not safe. Safe would be watching this spectacle from the comfort of the Ragosa Dome. Safe would be never to have overestimated my abilities and agreed to this suicidal mission. I've failed Rice. I've failed my family. And I've failed every harvester who longs for freedom. Maybe before the Armstrad ambassador executes me for wrecking his invasion, he might explain why on earth he asked me to join the princess trials. The next time I awaken, it's in a white room, similar to the one in the Royal Hospital, except I'm alone, and pale light streams in through a square window, feet away from the bed. The screen overhead shows my vital signs, blood pressure, heart rate, body temperature, and a few other measurements I can't fathom. My shoulder itches, and I ease the white gown down my arm. The bullet wound has knitted together, and there's no scar. I roll my shoulders, and there's no stabbing pain in my back, but a metal cuff wraps around my wrist. Carolina and Rice don't have access to this level of technology. I'm likely being held by Mouse, or one of his comrades. Someone turns the door handle. I flop down on the cot and close my eyes. "Good morning, Miss Calico," says a male voice. "There's no need to feign sleep, as the elevation of your blood pressure indicates that you're awake." My eyes snap open, and I stare into the ebony gaze of a man wearing a doctor's coat. His ageless features and cropped blue-black hair tell me he's the same kind of noble as Montana and the Chamber of Ministers. "Is this the Royal Hospital?" I whisper. "Who brought me here?" He chuckles. "Your host will fill you in on all the details. Needless to say, you've suffered a few cuts and scrapes." "I was shot and stabbed in the back." My insides cringe with mortification. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but this doctor talks like I just tripped over and wasn't in a fight for my life. "Sorry. Could you tell me who saved me?" The doctor smiles and pats me on the shoulder. "Microsurgery and a few nanobots fixed the damage. I can't say you won't itch for the next few days, but don't do anything strenuous for 48 hours. I'm glad you got through the trials, relatively unscathed." My throat thickens with gratitude, and I blink back tears. A knife in the back is certain death in the Harvester region, and a bullet in the shoulder can mean blood poisoning. "Thank you. Good luck, Miss Calico." He strolls to the door. "I sincerely hope you have a favorable outcome." Before I can ask what he means, the door opens again, and Prince Kevon steps inside. He wears the burgundy jacket of a palace guard. A breath catches in the back of my throat. I knew King Arius and the Guardians would regain the palace, but thought it would take at least a few days. Relief lightens my heart, and the back of my eyes sting. Prince Kevon's gaze lands on me. "Zia?" "I thought you were a hostage." His face darkens, and he tightens his lips. He turns to the older man and says, "Dr. Palatine, is it safe to move, Miss Calico?" The older man inclines his head. "Of course, Your Highness." He walks to the exit and pauses by the door. "You can be assured of my discretion." I glance from the doctor to Prince Kevan, racking my brains over the unspoken tension. Did whoever rescued me tell the prince what I did to Berta? My knees draw into my chest, and I wrap my arms around my bent legs. As soon as the doctor leaves, Prince Kevan blows out a long breath and pinches the bridge of his nose. "Did I say something wrong?" I whisper. "How did you find the underground river?" he asks. "I thought it was just a cavern." Prince Kevan opens a closet and pulls out a white jumpsuit. "Zia, this is very important. You must not tell anybody about what you saw last night." Dread lines my stomach. I swing my legs off the bed and pad across the room to where he stands. What was that place? A network of water-filled caverns that stretch from the Smoky Mountains to beyond the Great Wall. He closes the door and places the jumpsuit in my hands. "What on earth happened to you last night?" I tell him how Berta and I overpowered the hijackers, how Ingrid and the others tried to hunt me, and how I fell through a fissure in the rock and ended up in the water. Prince Kevan's eyes widen, and I'm not sure if he believes my outrageous tale. When I stop talking, he cups the side of my face. "Seeing you with a dagger in your back was horrific. I swear that I will never let you get hurt again." My eyes meet his, and the intensity of his gaze makes my heart somersault. I whisper, "That was you in the cavern?" He nods. "How did you know where to find me?" "I'm sorry for spying on you." His fingers trail down my neck and skim my collarbone, sending tingles up and down my spine. He holds the tiny tomato pendant between his fingers. Pain creases his eyes. "This tracks your location and vital signs. After what happened to Rafaela." "Thank you." I place my hand on his. "This tracker saved my life, as did you." He stares into my soul as though he's reading my deepest thoughts. Then his gaze drops to my mouth. My heart skips, and my tongue darts out to lick my dry lips. Prince Kevan is going to kiss me, and I'm going to let him. "Zia." His low voice makes my nerve endings tingle. "Yes," I whisper. He squeezes his eyes shut and deflates. Disappointment settles in my belly like a stone. He knows I killed Berta. He couldn't have missed seeing her body in the underground river. I should explain myself, tell him that the girl meant to drown me and I was saving my own life. But his lips tighten, and a muscle in his jaw flexes. "What is it?" The memory of the hijackers comes into sharp focus, along with the violent death of Queen Damascena, and I realize that he's grieving, and I've been self-centered. "Your mother is fine," he says through clenched teeth. "The king returned with reinforcements?" He jerks his head to the side. The muscle in his jaw clenches again, and I place my palms on his burgundy jacket. I don't understand the anger. "Your Highness?" "Kevan." He places his large hand over mine and squeezes. "Please call me by my given name." "What's wrong? Is the queen injured?" He turns to the window and steps away. "It was part of the princess trials." I stare at his broad back, trying to decipher his words. Prince Kevan places his hands on the windowsill and sighs. It must be 5 a.m, as wisps of dawn light bathe his olive skin and bring out a hint of the indigo in his black hair. The view outside is of a familiar-looking fountain surrounded by roses. We're somewhere in the palace. "Kevan." I place a hand on his arm. "What is it?" He turns his head but still doesn't make eye contact, and dread courses through my insides. Whatever he will say next is going to be awful, and I brace myself for the worst. Eventually, Prince Kevan clears his throat. "The rebels, the supposed shooting of Montana, my mother, and the driver's death at your hands. None of it was real. I don't understand. It was another trial, broadcasted to everyone in Fangloria. I stare at his profile, waiting for the words to sink in. That can't be right. I saw the blood. I felt the bullet wounds and the dagger in the back. I saw those people die. What about Gemini? I ask. That part was real, as was the chandelier. I've never heard Prince Kevon sound so harsh. He gazes at me over his shoulder, and one corner of his lips lifts into a sad smile. After we left through the escape tunnel, medics came to heal the Harvester and Industrial girls. They're going home tomorrow with— Wait, I snap. You played along with this for the television show? He turns around with his hands raised. Not me. Montana and my mother withheld this addition to the princess trials to see how I reacted. It was a test of which girl I cherished the most. But you carried Ingrid through that passageway. Annoyance crosses his features. The editors failed to broadcast the part where she twisted her ankle. Anger rushes through my veins, and I curl my hands into fists. She knew. Right now, I need to find that viper and prick her with 2 poisoned darts. I shake out the jumpsuit, pull down its zipper, and place a foot into the left leg. Ingrid knew exactly what she was doing. Prince Kevon's eyes widen, his cheeks darken, and he spins around. I beg your pardon? I place my other foot into the jumpsuit's other leg and pull the garment up to my hips. The rest of the jumpsuit slips on easily, and I pull up the zipper. Ingrid was stomping down the side of the mountain easily enough when she tried to kill me with a real gun. Prince Kevon turns around, his face pale. What? They must have cut out that part of the princess trials too, I mutter. We sit on the edge of the bed and piece together how the events of last night differed from the televised version. The edits focused on Prince Kevon's attempt to stop the hijackers from hurting Ingrid, and not on his attempts to ensure the safety of all the girls. The injuries he sustained at the hands of the Armstradi soldiers, disguised as rebels, were real, but everyone else wore props to mimic gunshots. When did you find out? I ask. In the ambulance. Prince Kevon's hand brushes against mine in silent permission. As soon as the medics brought me to the Royal Hospital, I escaped to find you. My heart warms, and I lace my fingers into his. Why would they go to all this effort to manipulate the public into thinking Ingrid Straub will become the next queen? Her father is the Minister of Integration. Prince Kevon squeezes my hand. The high standards he sets for allowing foundlings to join the echelons are popular, which makes Ingrid popular. But the Armstrad ambassador also has a large influence over the show. Why? I ask. Armstradi's shows are bloodthirsty and full of surprises and violent twists. He's offering a lot to export the princess trials to his country. Prince Kevon explains that Fangloria pays heavily for the technology it imports from the Armstrad Republic in the form of fresh produce. I want to comment on the injustice that harvesters don't benefit from the Armstradi health devices, but I don't have the heart to say such bitter words after Prince Kevon saved my life. Instead, I shake my head. I can't believe they would let us suffer to make entertainment. His shoulders deflate. That ends today. His watch chimes, and he stands. It's almost time. For what? I ask. The changing of the guard. He places a hand on my shoulder. May I? For a second, I don't know what he's asking. Then my cheeks heat. Last night, I was too injured to notice the closeness of his embrace, but I can walk without assistance. Dr. Palatine says you'll be unsteady on your feet for the next hour or so, and we need to sneak through unsteady ground to exit the palace. Why did you bring me here? I ask. The Royal Hospital sends messages to the Royal Guard every time I step through the threshold. Someone would be obligated to tell Lady Cersei that I entered with an injured girl. And after hearing how the producers endangered your lives, I couldn't risk them knowing your location until I was sure you were all right. My heart lightens, and I raise my hands in the universal pick-me-up gesture. Prince Kevon slides one arm around my back and the other under my bent legs. I wrap my arms around his neck and he lifts me to his chest. A tingle of pleasure ripples across my heart. The only man who has carried me like this was Dad, and it's thrilling to have a young man my age hold me like I'm precious. I rest my head on his shoulder and relax into his embrace. Right now, I feel closer to Prince Kevon than I have ever felt with Rice, and a pang of regret spoils this special moment. It's not fair to compare the two young men. Prince Kevon has a perfect life, and Rice is still haunted by the murder of his father. I stare at his handsome profile, at his perfect nose, high cheekbones, and strong jaw. He meets my eye and flashes me a crooked smile, making my heart melt. Instead of exiting through the door, Prince Kevon walks to the closet and presses his hand on a screen on the wall. It scans his handprint, his retina, and prompts him to identify himself before the back of the closet clicks open. We walk into an identical room, except it has no door or window. A dark-haired man with days of stubble lies on a cot with his eyes closed. He is pale, with broken capillaries marring his skin, but there's no mistaking the resemblance between him and Prince Kevon. "Who's that?" I whisper. "My father," he says. "I thought he was with the Royal Navy." "As did I," Prince Kevon mutters. "But I've come to learn that nothing Jimeno Montana broadcasts contains 100% truth." I twist around to get a better look at King Arius. The man's face is gaunter than it appeared on the Oasis Vision screen. I wonder if the editors made enhancements to his features, or if whatever happened in this room caused his condition. He looks so different from the footage I saw of him last week. When was that shot? Last month. I frown and place my head back on Prince Kevon's shoulder. It seems odd that they didn't show any live footage, but with Prince Kevon boarding the stagecoaches to observe the girls, I doubt he was around much during audition week. He reaches the other side of the king's room, passes another security panel, and we continue into a dim passage that reminds me of the one underneath the ballroom steps. Prince Kevon explains that he wanted to make sure I was out of the palace infirmary before the morning guards performed their inspection. We continue 4 stories down a spiral staircase and left into another narrow, windowless hall. My Red Runner instincts force me to remain observant, although I don't know what to do with this information. At the end of the passage is another door that accepts the prince's handprint, which leads to an underground space where another armored personnel carrier stands next to a 2-seater car with a solar top. "Are we still under the palace?" I whisper. He sets me on my feet. "This tunnel stretches beneath the grounds and leads to a passage on the other side of the Navy barracks." A rush of dizziness makes my head spin, and I stumble onto the side of the car. "Zia!" Prince Kevon wraps his hand around my waist and holds me steady. My throat dries, and realization batters my brain. The mission is complete. I know the location of a secret passageway that leads directly to King Arius, and I know how to access it. My gaze meets Prince Kevon's worried eyes. The person I was at the start of this mission would celebrate this information, but I now just feel conflicted. "Should I call Dr. Palatine?" he asks. "I'm fine," I rasp. Still holding me by the waist, Prince Kevon opens the car door and helps me inside. I melt into the leather seats and sigh. He shuts the door and races to the driver's seat. Guilt thickens my throat. All this time I've been blinded by his echelon and have not noticed his heart. I could never betray someone who has shown me nothing but kindness and compassion, but I also can't betray my people. As he sits and taps commands into the steering wheel screen, I whisper, "You're trusting me with a lot of sensitive information." He holds my hand. "Did you know that Garrett chose you?" "Huh?" Prince Kevon grins. "You practically fell at his feet in the Ragosa Square. He said you were the one." "Why?" "Because you share some similarities with Rafaela. Garrett thinks you're my type." His head dips, his shoulders slump, and the car rolls forward. He remained silent for several moments as we traveled past the black van and through a dark passageway. Grief shrouds my heart for the girl I never knew, and I can't imagine how deep it must cut to lose his friend. It isn't difficult to work out that Prince Kevon was probably attracted to Rafaela, even if she couldn't return his feelings. Mom might believe that Gaia blesses us all, but I can't place my faith in a goddess who would bestow riches on one echelon while leaving others to suffer. Reaching across, I place my hand in his. Rafaela's in a better place now. He nods. I still can't believe that woman would go so far as to murder an innocent girl. What? Prince Kevon raises his head, confusion crossing his features. It's been all over the news. He squeezes his eyes shut and shakes his head. Sorry, you've been unconscious. Someone in Lady Cersei's team arrested Prunella Broadleaf during the ball. She was also responsible for the attack on you. My mouth falls open. What did she have against Rafaela? Everybody's speculations are different. Some say she wanted to sensationalize the show. Others say she wanted to impress Montana. But I think she saw Rafaela and you as threats to the running of the princess trials. He sighs. We'll learn the truth when the Minister Channel broadcasts her hearing live today. My brows draw together. Nobody would be deranged enough to murder to keep the show going. Aren't those motives flimsy? I thought so at first. But after seeing the footage the Lifestyle Channel put together of her very public breakdown, I'm not so sure. The car moves about the same speed as a horse and cart, so it feels like we've traveled 900 feet. It turns left and advances up a gentle slope. It just seems too convenient, I mutter. I don't follow, he says. Prunella Broadleaf is the unwanted wife of a powerful man, and everyone thought Rafaela was the favorite to win, even though the Chamber of Ministers wanted someone else. Blaming Prunella gets rid of two problems. He caresses my hand, making my breaths quicken. But you were always my favorite. I dip my head. Kevon, I can't. You're cautious, and we're only a few days into the trials. After the ordeals you have suffered these last 2 nights, I'm not surprised you're hesitant. Guilt lances through my chest, and it's as sharp as Berta's blade. I push away the thought of the girl I killed in self-defense and focus on Prince Kevon. He is nothing like I expected of a noble, let alone a royal. He's kind, compassionate, and listens to my point of view even when he disagrees. Prince Kevon has also shown me more affection and devotion than anyone outside my family. He's patient, even though he's made his interest clear. My heart says he's right for me, but 16 years of living as a harvester says he's not. Those things I said when you were disguised as a guard. I chew on my bottom lip, struggling for words. Light floods the windscreen, and I glance up to find that we're traveling through an overground tunnel that opens up into a huge lawn. I'm not in love with you. I know, he replies. What? I turn to him and gape. His dark eyes glisten with understanding. No one can truly love a person they've known from afar. It's only been a few days, and I don't expect you to return to the trials to face the wrath of those girls. But you want me to stay in the oasis, I reply. Very much. Why? I whisper. He turns to me, his brows furrowed. After everything we've experienced together, do I really need to explain? I nod. Prince Kevon inhales a long, deep breath. He tilts his head up, as though gathering his thoughts. You're so different from the girls I know, always thinking about others, both as individuals and as a people. I gaze through the window as the car travels along a row of familiar-looking 1- and 2-story cottages. Prince Kevon's description could apply to any member of the Red Runners. You're challenging, he says. I turn to meet his dark eyes. How? He grins. You hardly accept my first answer. Do you know how many people wouldn't dare question royalty? You're bold, brave, and beautiful. When you're around, the world is a more exciting place. Colors are brighter, and food tastes better. I can't help but snort at the exaggeration, which makes him laugh. There's no artifice to you. He places a hand on mine. Most people adopt a persona around royalty, but it feels like I've met the real Zia Mays Calico. A breath catches in the back of my throat. I might never have put on a false front, but I haven't been honest about my intentions for joining the princess trials. It's a massive lie by omission, and one he won't forgive. All right, I say. One more thing. I like the person I become when I'm with you. He chuckles. You look through the title and see the real me. Empathy clutches at my heart, and I offer him a sad smile. Prince Kevon smiles back. Will you consider staying in the guest house with Pharrell? A mix of emotions assaults me at once. Excitement, relief, and nausea, because Berta's words float to the surface of my mind. Girls like me don't get the handsome prince. I want to leave the oasis, and deep down, I want to stay connected to Prince Kevon, but not if that means he will choose someone else as his wife. As we park outside one of the guest houses, I can't help but blurt, "Do you want me to become your royal mistress?" His eyes widen, and he gasps out, "Zia!" The passenger door flies open, and a strong hand wraps around my forearm. "Zia Mays Calico," sneers Lady Cersei. "I knew you would return to Garrett's little love nest." Chapter 30. Lady Cersei drags me out of the car, and a shocked breath hisses through my teeth as something hard presses into my kidney. My body freezes, and I gaze out into the vast lawn, not daring to turn around. I don't need to be an expert in firearms to guess that it's a gun, but I can't tell if Lady Cersei is holding it to my back or if it's just one of the many weapons she keeps strapped to her body. Prince Kevon storms out of the car, his face flushed with fury. "Unhand her at once." "Why?" The sarcasm in Lady Cersei's voice bristles along my nerve endings. "So you can set her up as a mistress, the way Garrett set up that Pyrrhus girl? Her parents are frantic about the whereabouts of their daughter. After recent events, her disappearance is causing unrest in Ragosa." My throat closes. I'm sure Pharrell and I spoke about the effect her staying in the oasis would have on her parents, but maybe I just worried about them in my mind. Our last conversation seems like a lifetime away. Despite the weapon digging into my organs, I agree with Lady Cersei's anger. Pharrell hasn't been on screen since her audition, and not mere days after that, Raffaella got murdered. I'm sure seeing Gemini explode on camera and the chandelier falling on those industrial girls would have affected everyone in Ragosa, not just Mr. and Mrs. Pyrrhus. "I command you to release Zia Mays Calico at once," the prince growls. "You don't have the authority," replies Lady Cersei. Prince Kevon walks around the bumper and stops at our side. "We both know that will change in a matter of days or weeks." There's a hardness to his voice that I've never heard before. "Tread carefully, Lady-at-Arms. Your next actions will determine whether you lead the next king's security forces or become the lady-in-waiting for a dowager queen." Lady Cersei releases my arms and steps away. I spin around to find that she wears a streamlined, bulletproof tunic, shaped to look like an A-line mini-dress. A holster wraps around her bust and holds guns at each side, and two others cross her torso. One of them contains the pistol that pressed into my back. The prince's strong arm wraps around my waist. "Are you all right?" Concern pinches his eyes, and the warmth of his embrace shifts something deep in my heart. No one has ever looked at me like this before, and it's addictive. "You have feelings for her," says Lady Cersei. Prince Kevon's brows draw together and his lips part. He's already accepted that I don't love him, but I didn't dare to ask how he felt about me. Still holding me in his dark gaze, he nods. My empty stomach flutters, and a dozen protests rise to the back of my throat. I'm on the opposite side of an upcoming war. I'm here to destroy the structure that keeps him in power. I'm supposed to be in love with Rice Wintergreen. Despite this, I can't help losing myself in Prince Kevon's adoring gaze. He sees me, not a candidate of the princess trials, not a harvester girl or a soldier. The way he holds me, the way he gazes into my eyes, says that I'm precious to him. A lump forms in my throat as I realize that Prince Kevon would never send me on a mission of unknown danger. I have my orders, Your Highness. Lady Cersei folds her arms across her chest. As the target of attempted murder, Miss Calico is required to give evidence in the Chamber of Ministers. My gaze darts to the Lady-at-Arms, who is probably exaggerating. With the number of guards available, why would they send Queen Damascena's right hand to fetch me? I suspect she's here on the Queen's request to capture me, but the truth in Prince Kevon's words has changed her mind. We'll follow you, replies Prince Kevon. Lady Cersei opens her mouth to protest, then thinks better of it and inclines her head. Without another word, she walks to the black van and climbs in the passenger seat. Prince Kevon opens the car door. I'm sorry about this, but we must ensure that Prunella Broadleaf doesn't hurt you again. I slide onto the leather seat and stare at my hands. Prince Kevon crouches at my side. You can stay in the guest house with Pharrell if you wish, and make your testimony over Netface. No. I place a hand over his. I want to go to Prunella's trial. Very well. He brushes a gentle thumb over my ring finger, and it feels like a promise. As he rises and walks around to the driver's seat, my heart sinks. Why couldn't Prince Kevon have been another harvester, an industrial, or even an artisan? Mom's voice rings through my ears. She said that I should join the princess trials for a chance to influence those in power. I've captured the attention of the prince, found a hidden entrance to the palace, as well as a source of water that will free the harvesters from the tyranny of rationing. So why do I feel like I have failed? Don't fall in love with the handsome prince. Carolina's words hit like the lash of a whip, and I bolt upright. Prince Kevon slides in his seat. Are you sure about this? Yes, I say. All right. I close my eyes and release my tension in a long breath. If whoever takes over the trials from Prunella is in line with the Chamber of Ministers, they will construe my leaving the armored personnel carrier as leaving the trials. This time Prince Kevon won't intervene, and I will tell him that I want to return to Ragosa. Say the word. His deep voice breaks me out of my thoughts. I open my eyes to find him staring at me like I'm his last swallow of water. Say the word, and I will withdraw from the princess trials. I can't, I whisper. Prince Kevon nods and taps instructions into the steering wheel screen. He probably thinks I need more time to decide, but he's got to know that not everyone wants to become a royal. The car follows Lady Cersei's huge vehicle around the vast lawn, where metal spikes rise from the ground and spray jets of water over the grass. We drive in silence through a wide street of tall, stone-fronted buildings lined with trees of pink and red flowers. Nobles sit outside glass-fronted stores, enjoying breakfasts served by people in violet uniforms. I wonder if they're also guardians, but push away those thoughts. The Chamber of Ministers is another white building constructed along the same lines as the palace, but it's a lot taller because of the 2-story round tower above its domed roof. Beneath the roof are 2 circular levels, and beneath those, a square structure of 2 double-height stories and a grand entranceway. Guards stand beneath a triangular roof held by 4 massive columns, holding scanners to nobles' ear cuffs. Instead of stopping at the entrance, Prince Kevon follows the black van around to the back of the building, where one of the walls contains a metal shutter. A beam of red light scans the van's front. The shutter rises, allowing the van to enter a small driveway closed off by another shutter. The first shutter lowers, and red light floods our front seats. I tilt my head to the side. What's this? Prince Kevon raises his palm. Recognition security. It scans the retina, handprint, and heat signature of the driver. He winces. If something is off, it sends a message to the driver's Armstrong cuff to analyze their blood. That explains why he grimaced. I ask, why would they need to know what's in your blood? To make sure the driver isn't under the influence of any mind-altering substances. In case hijackers are forcing you to enter the Chamber of Ministers? I ask. That's part of it. The shutter rises, and Prince Kevon drives into the enclosed space. They'll probably perform a visual or ultrasound inspection to ensure you're not holding me at gunpoint. I steal a glance at Prince Kevon. His readings are off because he's upset, even if he doesn't show it in his voice or on his face. A lot has happened in the past 12 hours. Queen Damascena broke her promise to spare Gemini, and those running the princess trials subjected us all to a terrifying experience. I've lost count of the number of times someone has either attempted to assassinate me or incited others to attack me. My throat thickens, and I glance down at my lap. There are several reasons he's off balance, but a tiny part of my heart knows it's because I said I didn't love him. After several moments of silence, the second shutter rises, and the car rolls into a paved courtyard with a less grand stone porch that leads to the main building. The security in the palace wasn't that thorough, I say. In most entrances it is, he replies. But sometimes the best security measure is not telling anyone a secret passage exists. Lady Cersei waits for us on the steps, and the sourness that usually twists her beautiful features when she looks at me is gone. I don't know if Prince Kevon's silent declaration of affection has changed her mind, or if she's resigned to respect the wishes of the imminent king. The only part I care about is that she's one less enemy with a dagger pointed at my back. We walk through marble hallways adorned with gilded portraits of all the monarchs of Fangloria in a century and a half. Guards in black bow as Prince Kevon passes, and at the end of the hallway, they open the door of a semicircular auditorium of tiered rows that curve around a low stage. Thousands of people sit within the seats, and I wonder if these are the same nobles who attended the ball. Prince Kevon and I walk around the edge of the room and sit in the back row. The wall opposite broadcasts what's happening on stage. The nobles from the garden party sit in two-tiered rows, facing a wooden throne where a tall noble sits, whose long hair is tied into a severe bun that's about half the size of her head. Prince Kevon explains that the noble on the throne is the Minister of Justice, who has served in the position for 45 years. Unlike the ministers, who wear burgundy robes, hers is white with a burgundy trim. A few feet away from the Minister of Justice, a smaller figure cowers within a box-like structure. A close-up of their face appears on stage. It's Prunella Broadleaf, her features twisted with anguish and her reddened hands clutching a metal collar around her neck. "By the blessings of Gaia," Prunella says through panting breaths, "I only meant what was best for Fangloria." The Minister of Justice leans forward and steeples her fingers. "Am I to believe ambition was not a factor in your decision to murder Raffaella von Eyck?" "Never." Prunella's shoulders rise to her ears, and her eyes roll to the back of her head. Her spasming fingers scratch at her chest, and convulsions rack her torso. "Ah!" "What is this?" I whisper. "An interrogation collar that monitors heart rate, brainwaves, and body heat for signs of falsehood," he whispers back. My brows draw together. "How do you know there isn't someone sitting in another room with a computer and making it shock her for saying something the ministers don't like?" "Do you think she's innocent?" asks Prince Kevon. "I don't know." Prunella Broadleaf reveals that she wanted the princess trials to be the most sensational event of a generation. She hoped the Chamber of Ministers would reward her with a place in the noble echelon to replace the status she lost on the dissolution of her marriage. Strangely, nobody asked if she was under orders from Montana or asks if she collaborated with the Armstrong ambassador over Rafaela's murder. From the way they speak, it's as though the girl died from her fall. The Minister of Justice shakes her head. "This is a very sorry tale indeed, Miss Broadleaf." Prunella opens her mouth, but the minister raises a finger. Either Prunella is terrified of the other woman, or her finger operates the collar, because Prunella stiffens and her mouth clicks shut. "Please only speak when invited to by the council." The Minister of Justice pauses. "You say the purpose of the interim round was to whittle 45 girls to 30. Is that correct?" Prunella nods. "How do you explain the chandelier that fell on Miss Pixel, the harvester, and those unfortunate industrial girls?" "I wasn't there." Prunella's shoulders rise, and her arms twist across her chest. She slumps forward and sobs. "Miss Broadleaf, we don't have all morning," says the minister. "I would encourage you to cooperate with the interrogation collar." Prunella lets out a gasping breath. "When the attack on Miss Calico's room failed, the chandelier was set up to eliminate her from the trials." Prince Kevon squeezes my hand, and I lean forward. Prunella didn't admit to setting up the chandelier accident. Why is the minister protecting her accomplices? "Thank you, Miss Broadleaf. Please sit on the bench for further questioning." An assistant in a burgundy vest and matching pants scurries across the semicircular floor to open a hatch in Prunella's box. She rises from her seat and leans heavily on the assistant, who escorts her to a bench on the stage's left. The Fangloria insignia appears on the screen for several seconds, followed by the Minister of Justice's face. "We all got to witness the thrilling adventure simulation our plucky candidates undertook at the Palace Ball. Let's show our appreciation for Ambassador Pascal and his Armstradi volunteers, Queen Damascena, and Lady Circe, for the wonderful performance they put on for the princess trials." Cheers and applause fill the chamber. I huff out an exasperated breath and turn to Prince Kevon. "Did anyone actually die last night?" Prince Kevon shakes his head. "The bullets shot last night were beeswax, encased in spider silk, that break the skin and tear through muscle, but they are not supposed to kill." A knot tightens in my belly. Ingrid's gun had killed Firkin. No one could survive such a horrific neck wound. She implied that her gun was the one Prince Kevon left behind. But what if someone had placed a real gun under her seat? As the applause fades, the Minister of Justice says, "Next we will hear from a young woman who witnessed the off-camera events. Darby Abraham, please step forward." The noble girl who sat across the aisle from me rises from the front tier. She wears the flowing dress that's been our uniform during the interim rounds, but her long, blue-black hair is adorned with white roses. An assistant leads her to the box, and she sits. "I thank Gaia for the opportunity to address the learned chamber." "Can you tell us in your own words what happened when the bus reversed to retrieve Miss Calico?" asks the Minister of Justice. As Darby tells a garbled version of the events of last night, Prince Kevon wraps an arm around my shoulder and warns me not to interrupt, as the consequences for disrupting the Chamber of Ministers are dire. Nodding, I clench my teeth and listen to a pile of horse manure big enough to feed Dad's micro-gardens for a year. According to the noble girl, I ran off the vehicle in another tantrum. She and a few others chased after me and got attacked by a mutant with a blowgun. Ingrid fired on the foundling in self-defense, who dropped dead from fright. The Minister of Justice offers Darby a sage nod. "It was fortunate that help arrived before the foundling's poison could take effect." An assistant rushes to the minister's side and hands the minister a tablet. Her perfect brows rise before she announces, "Zia Mays Calico has entered the building." Applause breaks out, and I exchange a confused glance with Prince Kevon. Someone places a hand on my shoulder. Another assistant in burgundy leans into my side and whispers that I must give evidence. Prince Kevon nods. I rise and follow him on shaky legs down the steps, past the guards at the bottom and onto the stage, where the applause turns to wild cheers. I watch my brow furrow on the big screen behind the ministers. What on earth did these people think I did yesterday? Once I've settled in my seat, the assistant closes the box, and the Minister of Justice leans forward with her palms resting on the throne's wooden arms. "Miss Calico, I understand this is your first time in the Oasis?" "Yes, Minister." My voice projects around the room, giving me a mild surprise. "You must only speak when addressed, and you must answer only the questions posed. Is that understood?" The condescension in her voice makes me curl my fists. I shake my head, and a few people in the public gallery chuckle. She frowns. "What is the matter, Miss Calico?" "I want to tell everyone what happened last night." "That won't be necessary, as we already have the camera footage," says the minister. "But not everything was—" A mild jolt of electricity pulses through my seat. I flinch, taking the sting as a warning to stay quiet, or they'll dial up the voltage. I clench my teeth. "I didn't just leave the vehicle. Those girls—" The microphone that broadcasts my voice cuts off, leaving me talking to myself. "Then I am glad we have witnesses like you to paint the rest of the picture of last night's events." The Minister of Justice glances down at the tablet. "Why did the foundling attack the other girls and not you?" Alarm pulses through my heart, and my seat becomes too warm. I can't tell the ministers that it was me who attacked the girls. They'll never believe me that it was in self-defense, and I'll end up with a metal collar around my neck. My tongue darts out to lick my lips, and I think of something to say. "I was in another part of the mountain and heard gunshots. When I found the girls lying unconscious, I thought a rattlesnake had gotten to them, so I ran to get help." "What happened to Berta Ridgeback after the foundling attacked?" she asks. My gaze catches a couple sitting in front of the visitors' gallery who lean forward. The woman wears the white coat of a doctor with the same ash-blonde hair as Berta, and the man is clad in a guard's uniform. He's twice the woman's size, with Berta's strong jaw and hard eyes. "She chased after me, and then there was a rock slide. I hit my head and lost consciousness after that." The woman turns to the man and buries her head in his shoulder, but the man's stare hardens. Panic spikes through my chest. He knows I'm lying. I snatch my gaze away and meet the Minister of Justice's dark eyes. The woman raises her brows. "Where was Miss Ridgeback when you awoke?" I shake my head. "Miss Calico," she asks. "She wasn't there." My rasping voice echoes across the vast chamber, making me cringe. "Last night I heard her tumble after me down the mountain. I don't know what happened after that, Minister." On my left, the screen switches to Prince Kevon, who stands with his hand raised, and chatter spreads across the tiers of spectators. The Minister of Justice turns to the source of the sound and leans forward. "Your Highness, do you have something to add?" As soon as I discovered that the ballroom attack was part of the princess trials, I rushed to the barons to the girls' aid. I found Miss Calico severely injured in a ditch, but there was no sign of Miss Ridgeback. My throat spasms. Prince Kevon just lied to protect me. "I commend your act of chivalry, Your Highness." The minister claps her hands together. "Very well. Now that we have heard from all parties and uncovered what happened to Rafaela von Eyck, it is time to finalize who will join Prince Kevon in the palace." My lips part to let out a surprised breath. "That's it?" My gaze darts to Prunella Broadleaf, who slumps on the bench. What's going to happen to her? Wasn't the vote at the ball the decider for the palace round of the trials? These people keep changing the rules to suit themselves. The assistant returns to my side and pulls a lever that makes the door click open. Without waiting to be dismissed, I step down from the interrogation device and walk across the floor, through the gate, and back up the stairs with Prince Kevan. Ambassador Pascal has already chosen which 6 of his young ladies will join the palace, says the minister. We would like to speed things along by paring down the number from our side to 12. On your tablets are the names and faces of each eligible girl. I reach the top and slide into the seat next to Prince Kevan, who holds my hand. Even though I can guess with certainty that I've been removed from the list of candidates, I no longer care. My mission is complete, and every fiber of self-preservation tells me that if I stay a single day longer in the oasis, I will be the next to die. Prince Kevan gives me a warm, optimistic smile that crushes my heart. If I don't make the final 12, he'll want me to stay in the guest house. But the more information I gather on palace security, the heavier the obligation becomes to share that information with Carolina. A lump forms in my throat. If Prince Kevan becomes the ruler of Fangloria, I no longer want a revolution. The votes are in, says the Minister of Justice. Montana, will you do the honors? Montana rises from his seat and walks to the middle of the floor. The 12 Fanglorians to progress to the palace round are Ingrid Straub, Constance Sprite, Darby Abraham, Velosa Belmont, Virginia Moyesi, Jacqueline Bellini, Petra Lombard, Paris Canon, Minnie Verfer, Tulip Ironside, Emera Hull, and Vidalot Solar. Applause echoes across the chambers and reaches my ears in a roar of sound. I lean back and stare at the faces projected on the screen. 5 nobles, 3 guardians, 2 artisans, 2 harvesters, and neither of them are me. I'm going home. Prince Kevan squeezes my hand so hard that it hurts. He doesn't want to let go, and I stare ahead, not knowing how to explain that we have no future. Prince Kevan might have filled my heart to the point where there's little room for my one-sided infatuation with Rice Wintergreen, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to risk my life to be with a prince. Another assistant rushes in and hands the Minister of Justice a computer tablet. She frowns and taps the side of her throat. We have located Berta Ridgeback, her voice projects over the applause. A tight fist of alarm squeezes my insides and my adrenaline spikes. If they've found Berta, it means that they know whoever killed her entered the underground river. Despair washes through my veins like acid. If one drop of my blood spilled in that cavern. The chamber falls silent, and the assistant points out where Berta's parents sit. The Minister of Justice turns to them and says, I'm afraid she drowned. Berta's parents fill the screen. Her mother claps her hand over her mouth and sobs, but her father twists around in his seat and turns. I glance down at the front row to find that he's staring in our direction. Our gazes meet for a moment, but the look in his eyes says he will discover what happened to his daughter, even at the cost of my life. The double doors open and everybody stands. Queen Damascena walks into the floor, holding the same kind of tablet as the Minister of Justice. My throat dries, and I squeeze Prince Kevan's hand. Does she visit the Chamber of Ministers often? His features slacken, and his olive skin turns ashen. Never. The Queen stops at Montana and passes him the tablet. He reads the contents and rears back with his brows raised. I draw in a deep breath. Did something happen to King Arius? Queen Damascena turns to the public gallery and spreads her arms wide. I am saddened to hear of the passing of such a brave young woman. Her voice fills the room. Brigadier and Dr. Ridgeback, you have my deepest sympathies. Footage of Berta's parents appears on screen. Her father trembles with rage, and her mother continues to sob into his chest. The camera switches to Queen Damascena. In honor of your daughter, I would like to extend an invitation to her dear friend to stay with us at the palace. Nausea swirls in my empty stomach. Berta and I were never friends. The Queen knows my secret. She knows I killed Berta. She knows I've seen the secret subterranean river. She knows I have information that could end water rationing. What is she doing? Prince Kevon whispers. With a smile that looks more like the baring of fangs, Queen Damascena raises her head toward the back row, where I sit next to her son. Zia Mays Calico. Her grin widens.